what happened. Is the house defective? Does it have termites and shit like that? So we took it off in September. My kids asked me to keep it longer, and I said, okay.
Gotcha. Okay. I guess my question is, why do you think it didn't sell during that first 6 months? Out of curiosity. It's a long time.
I really didn't push. I didn't push it.
Gotcha. Okay.
I really didn't want to sell it. I finally get the house in nice shape, fixed it up, and now I'm enjoying it.
Okay. What did you have it listed for out of curiosity? I'm not seeing it here.
$1,199 plus is the solar.
Okay.
Which is 90.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a question, and it may sound like a silly question, but there's a reason why I'm asking it. You sound like a straight up guy, so I think I know the answer. But my question is this: do you want me to tell you the truth, or you want me to lie to you?
Tell me.
Tell you the truth. I have the permission to shoot you straight. You seem like a straight shooter. It makes everything faster when I have permission to do that. I just like to ask because some people don't like honest conversations. They want the fluff.
Okay.
Here's the situation, man. When I'm looking at this deal and I'm just glancing, I can do some more research. But just in my experience, when a property sits on the market for any period of time longer than 90 days, especially 6 months, it tells me one of a couple of things. And one of those
work. It needs renovation. That's what it needs.
That's
people
one of
want
them.
to come in and move right in, and this isn't a move right in-able.
And that's what that tells me, is that there's the other side of the need work problem. Do you know what that side is?
Well, if somebody buys $1 million house, and if I buy $1 million house, I'm going to want impact windows now. Maybe 7 years ago when I put the accordion shutters in, impact windows weren't easy. I'm kicking myself in the ass all the time for not doing the impact windows when I had the chance before the prices got crazy. But there's guys who wanted to move in and they want a pool, they want it beautiful, and that's why my place didn't sell. Plus, I wasn't going down on my pricing because I didn't give a shit. I didn't want to sell.
Sure. Yeah, and that's the thing. So there's two aspects of it, right? One part is the fact that, yeah, it probably needs work. But the other side of that coin is the fact that you just want too much for the property, right? One of two things has to happen. You have to either have to do the work or you have to change the price.
Well, no, I'm taking the price that you guys gave me. You guys gave me a price, believe it or not, higher than I was looking for. So I'm waiting for a decent price. I wanted net 700, 750, between that number. Gotcha. After all the costs, and so I could buy another house. That's my goal. If I don't get that price, I'm not selling my house.
Gotcha. So, and that's my next question. So if you can't, go ahead.
So if it sells, it sells. If it doesn't sell, I don't really care. But I have a 4-bedroom with a den, and I'm going to have only one kid in the house now. I have 3 kids with their girlfriends in my house, so I have 7 people here. So I'm keeping a lot of people living in it, and they all ask me for some more time.
Gotcha. So for you, if you don't sell, you don't care. You're good to go.
No, I love the house. I love the house was. I had somebody come and actually do a lot of fix-ups.
Yeah.
And it looks nice. I like it. I'm finally enjoying my house.
Gotcha. No, and honestly, man, that might be the right option for you. I'm gonna like I said before, I'm a straight shooter. The way I see this is I treat every conversation as if I was talking to a family member. If you were my uncle,
I'm looking at least 100. Anybody who comes in the house and buys $1 million+ house, coming from with money, use this community, use a nice community. They're gonna have to put a new floor, do the bathrooms, put a pool in, and do the windows.
Yeah. And most people aren't doing that, right? Like that's just not a thing that happens.
You'll find some. I had one guy that almost wanted it, but he couldn't get the financing. He's Canada. He has to sell his house in Canada, and he wanted the house for next March. It was perfect.
Gotcha. But no, you said the right part, right? You said the right part right there. So initially you were like, yeah, they'll come. They got money. They're from up north. Well, they really don't. What they have is the opportunity to get a loan. And they either will or will not get approved for the loan. And most lenders right now.
Orlando, right?
What's that?
Your 407 is like Orlando, right?
Yeah, I lived there for 13 years.
Okay. Right now, you got all these rich New Yorkers who are making tons of money in the market. They have cash. My mother's community and my community, people are buying houses with cash. No problem. But they want to move in right away.
Do you do real estate for a living by chance?
I did back in early 2000s. I did commercial real estate, tax shelters.
Gotcha. Okay. No, that's fair, right? What I can tell you right now is I do this every single day.
Okay.
If you can tell me where those people are, please connect me with them.
Yeah, they're the Long Island Jews. I'm one of them.
Gotcha.
My
Oh,
mother's community, they actually, which is a nicer community than mine with a golf course on it, they actually come in and just ripping down the houses and building new houses, all these mega mini mansions, you know, like 6,000 foot, beautiful flat roof. I do solar, so I'm dealing with homeowners all day long.
gotcha.
And they're building these 2 million, they're buying a house for 800,000, then they're putting in $2-3 million houses all day long now.
Okay. Well, have you talked to one of them about buying your house?
Not my mother's community.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's what I mean, right? Here's what I know, man. I do this every single day.
My
Okay.
community, you can't knock down the house because the association won't let you.
No, I got you. No, what I was saying was I do this every single day, man.
Okay.
And when there was a time where people just had excess cash sitting around, but that's just not right now. Now, are those
Okay.
people, do those people exist? Yes, but it's going to be fewer and farther between. I think what you've experienced in the attempt to sell this house is a more accurate reflection of reality than what you experienced in your job or maybe 20 years ago when you were in commercial, right? It's just times are changed. Everything's weird right
Yep.
now. People are scared, banks are scared. Everybody's wondering what's going to happen with this crazy election. Things are weird. So what you're going to find is people
But
who will try.
the market's at 43,000 plus. So you got people with lots of disposable income, which they never had before.
Gotcha. Yet none of those people are buying the house. Here's what I love
Okay.
about what I love about this industry, man, is that the cool thing about real estate is the real estate market does not care about Daniel's opinion. They don't care about me. They also don't care about you. The market's going to do what the market's going to do. The question is, are we going to be hard-headed and think we know more than the market, or are we going to listen and do what the market's telling us? That's the question that I deal with when I'm talking to sellers every day. And it's really
Okay.
just a which one are you? Now, the cool thing about you is you don't have to sell. I don't have to buy. But what I have to do so I can lay my head on a pillow at night is tell you the truth. I do
Okay.
think there are options for you to sell your property. I don't think that they're what you think they are. I think the market's tried to tell you that, and I'm telling you the same thing. I think there are people who would be interested in your house, but the only way they're going to be able to pay for those rehabs is if they can get that financed in to the purchase of the house. That is very difficult to do. Or they're moving in and immediately after purchasing, they're getting a cash out refi so they can do renovation, right? It's just a weird situation.
Okay, do me a favor, we don't have to, we could just cut to the chase. I tell you what I need to move. You give me a number, what at the end of the day, what it is. And, if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, we go our separate ways.
No, that's fine. Usually what works for me is being able to work through the problem and see if we can get on the same page.
I don't
Doesn't
have a
sound like you
problem.
have
I know
time for that?
I know there's $150,000 to fix the house up. If somebody wants to do it because they want to put a pool in and stuff like that and they got money. I almost had this sold once before. It didn't happen because the guy, all of a sudden, he had to sell his house first.
Gotcha. Now, here's what it sounds like, man. It sounds like you want I think there may be some solutions, but those solutions are going to require a conversation. It doesn't sound like you have the patience to have, and that's okay. So my advice to you would be just keep the house, man. You don't need to sell it, but I can tell you right now, if you want to sell it if you think you're going to just walk away with 750 because somebody from New York's got a bunch of cash because the market's at 43,000, I don't think that's what's happening. I don't think that's going to happen at all. I think you should just plan to keep your house.
You got it.
Right. So I think that's the best option for you. If you want to,
good.
if you want to have a conversation, we can. But other than that,
No,
just
I'm
enjoy
okay.
the house, man. Enjoy the house.
Okay, thank you.
Good luck. Sorry, I got a random thing call in the middle of that.
Keep it at 1,000.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, I mean, what are your thoughts? Like, you can't do anything with people like that. I'm not going to let him bully me around. He's not being realistic. He doesn't want to listen to realistic options. He wants to act like because he did commercial real estate 25 years ago, he's fully prepared and understanding of what's happening in the market. He's not. So keep your house. Like, you're allowed to keep your house, right? Like, but just don't act like there's a better option that nobody else understands, because you had it listed for 6 months and it proved to you that that's not the way that works.
Yeah, thank you. That makes complete sense. It was good seeing that. Even though
he just texted me to say I'm a good salesman.
Okay, he would do that. Yeah. No, that was good to see though. That was really helpful to see like when it's time to turn it on and when it's time to level it out. You know, you got his permission to shoot him straight, and he didn't even want to hear it after that. But it was good to see you turn it on. I think a lot of sellers would have like backed down at a certain point, but he didn't, and you know he's not going to sell his house because of it. But that was educational and informative. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that, man. That's the plan. Like, here's the thing. We do the right thing because it's the right thing. A lot of people think you do the right thing because you're going to get the right result. And what happens is when they do the right thing, it doesn't produce the result. They quit doing the right thing. Well, that's not how it works. You do the right things because it's the right thing. Sometimes it works out in your favor, sometimes it doesn't, but it's better to have the habit than to just be wishy-washy because you were scared that it may not go your way. I'm okay with it not going my way. I just need to make sure that I am establishing the platform and the theme and the feel in the conversation that's necessary. Let me text this guy back. I told him you too. Cases I should teach sales. Appreciate you. I'll think about it. It's not a bad idea. What's that? Ooh, show us. Let me see. Why can't let me what? Bring me your loaf, bro. Look what Yvonne just made. I'm excited for the day that all of our food comes from within our house. Right? Look at that. Look at that. Look at the little designs. Wait, hold on. Look at the designs on the bread. Y'all see them?
It's tasty.
So pretty.
Just like Jesus used to make, bro.
Nothing like homemade bread, man. Oh my God, you're so lucky, bro.
Sourdough, flours from Italy. It's not manipulated and genetically modified. It actually looks a lot like Jamarco, right? When you cut the bread open, it's like, oh, thank you. Jamarco just mutes me out because he doesn't want to listen to me talk anymore. Va bene. Va bene. That's the word of the day, guys. When we get into the battles, bro, I look at all this. Was this semolina? Salmonella? What is this? Yo, I got white stuff all over my keyboard now from the bread. What the heck was I saying? Yeah, when we get into the competitions, that's gonna be like the word of the day, y'all. You guys are gonna have to say va bene to sellers for no reason whatsoever. All right, let's see. I'm gonna call one more seller, and then we're gonna get into it. Let's see.
What did you think those guys' options were? Going like a creative or putting it on the market at the more realistic price?
I don't know, right? Here's the issue. The guy has like 800 grand in equity, so he says, probably closer to 600 grand based on the condition in the area, because he is partly right. People in this neighborhood, from what I'm looking at, they want nice houses. They want that done for them. They don't want to do that themselves. You know what I mean? Like the 90% of those people want it done for them. They want it to look like the magazine when they walk in, which is cool. But so in any case, he's got a bunch of equity. There's a bunch of things you could do, right? Like a seller carry. Hybrid is probably a good option. We could potentially talk about an ovation or a hotel, maybe even a subtail, depending on the situation. He's got family in there right now, so the family doesn't want to leave. So that actually is not a horrible setup for a possible hotel if the family's okay with work being done in the property. We find somebody who's interested in maybe doing that work, right? There's a lot of options that could be discussed, but the guy's just got to be open to discussing the options. Yeah, so I don't know. Can't do anything about it. I just don't like saying no just because it's not a layup. I like to just dig into the options. For me, if it takes us another 15 minutes to see, okay, here's all of the things that are on the table, could it work? It's worth that extra 15 minutes, but you got to be willing to have a conversation too. Leads, active leads. Look for.
Yeah, it's interesting. I didn't think about doing the wholesale and actually do kind of JVing with them, almost doing the work, putting it back on the market.
Nope.
What was like realistic numbers if it was all done? Was he in the right ballpark to start with? Like, is that million one?
Not as is. Maybe ARV.
No, that's what I'm saying. After it's all said and done,
Yeah.
that probably would have been more in the ballpark.
Yeah, but you need 200 grand to work in that house.
Right.
And plus there's a solar thing, which he sells solar, so he sees it as a benefit. A lot of people don't.
Right.
So that's another little factor. I've worked solar deals. The last one we actually did one out here. You know, the buyer did? Ripped it all off and threw it on the side of the street. Did not care. Paid extra for it and then threw it in the trash.
I get creative deals sent me all the time that have solar on them, and it 9 times out of 10 kills the penciling of the deal. Like, oh, it's got a 3% mortgage and there's a 8% solar lien on it.
For $120,000.
Yeah.
We should have kept count of how many times he mentioned that he does solar.
He did mention it like 4 times. He's really proud of that.
Easily.
Francis. Okay, what's the situation with this? Hold on. Let me listen to this. I'm about to call this up. All right. I got to figure out how to share this screen because I'm calling through the CRM that I've never called through before. Advanced computer audio. Share. All right. Let me call her. You guys hear this? Can you guys hear it? I bet.
Hello.
Hi, Marla.
Yes.
Hey, Marla. This is Daniel. Alona told me that you had reached out this morning, and she asked me to give you a call back.
Yeah. I've decided to sell my house
Okay.
after all.
Okay.
And so made a promise to her when I talked to her for the first time that if I did decide to sell, which I absolutely really was not going to do, but now my mortgage company, they want even more, and that's why I'm in the problems, the state that I am, because they're just making it impossible, for me to try to pay them back, so I talked to my sister last night and today, and I'm gonna, sell my house and move over there by her.
Well, congratulations on making the decision. I'm sure it was not an easy one.
What was that?
I said congratulations on making the decision. I'm sure it wasn't an easy one, but I really, really appreciate the integrity of you keeping your word and following back up with her.
Yeah, I told is it Iona or what was her name? Iola? Yeah, right. And I said, you're probably not used to people keeping their word or whatever, but I'm a Christian. I wrote her name down, first when I talked to her. I had no intention of, selling my house, but then I just got to thinking about it. I just can't handle 3-bedroom, 2-bath house anymore. I just, now, since my husband died, I've just been so bored, so lonely, so everything. And if I go move down by my sister, then, you know, I'll, you know, have family, I'll have, you know, and go to her church, and it's huge. And, you know, there's just a lot of more, you know, beneficial. I'm just tired of being here alone all the time, you know, so.
No, that's
So anyway,
okay.
I'm really, really glad that for some reason her number was one of the only ones that I could, you know, find after I, you know, made the decision last night. So worked out perfect. So if you guys are still interested anyway.
I think we are. And if I recall correctly, you just wanted to make sure that you got out of this so that way you didn't get the foreclosure processed, right?
Right.
Okay. And I believe
Yeah, and then they I opened up my mail. This is what started it. I opened up my mail, you know, last night from you know, the previous day, and as of October 1st, they went up on the mortgage. So now they've made it really, really hard for me. I mean, that just made my whole case for me. I mean, first of all, I was struggling to make the $1,100, you know, payment, and now they went up to $1,430. So yeah, they just made my, you know, that was it. I mean, I can't pay that. You know, I mean, since my husband died, all I have is my Social Security, and I don't know how I can pay them, you know, $1,400 a month when I just barely get, you know, that as it is. So, yeah. So I gotta move along with my life and do the right thing. So that's what I'm doing.
well, amen to that. I'm really happy for you. I'm sure it's been an interesting ride, but I'm glad
It's
that you're
scary. It's really a scary, you know, thing to do. It's a, you know, it's a major change in my life. That's for sure.
Yeah, I can imagine. How far does your sister live from where you are now?
About 3.5 hours.
Okay. So it'll be like a move, just a whole new area.
Yeah. Are you in California?
I'm not, no.
Oh, okay. I was going to tell you where it would be, but yeah, it's okay.
No, that's awesome.
So
And
are you
honestly,
guys interested at all?
yeah, I'm looking through the numbers right now. So here's what I need to do. Let me just give me a couple minutes. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go in and just run the numbers real quickly, because my goal is to just make sure that what we can offer you is more than what you owe, right? That's the goal. That's what we need to accomplish here. Because I don't want to make
Exactly.
a promise that I can't keep. If I can do that, then here's the next steps. What I would do, and let me know if you're on board with this, because here's my plan. I'm going to go now.
Okay.
I'm going to take a little bit, run the numbers, make sure where we need to be. If the numbers
Okay.
add up to where your mortgage is, I'm going to follow back up with you. And then what I'm going to do is I'm simply going to send you an email with the purchase and sale agreement. Okay?
Okay.
That's what officially starts the process. You have to sign the purchase agreement. We have to send that out to you. You agree that you're okay. I'm officially selling this to you guys, and then we go through our process, and I'll explain to you what that process looks like. We have to open up escrow. It's just a process you have to do when you're selling a house. We'll handle all of that.
Oh, yeah.
But I want to make sure: are you comfortable with opening up the email and signing the e-contract?
Yeah, I've never done that, but I'm sure somebody can walk me through it.
Yeah, if I sent you an email and I called you back, are you at least comfortable enough opening up the email and going to the form, and then we can just walk through it on the phone together?
Yeah, I think we might be able to do that.
Okay.
It's a relatively new phone, and I'm not dumb, but I'm sure somebody could, you know, help me figure it out.
Okay. Yeah, as long as you're able to log into your email, I can walk you through the rest.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, no problem.
Okay.
So, do you, I can't remember because I've talked to several people, you know, over the last few days and everything. I mean, it's like people have been calling me like day and night the last few, and I'm like going, why is everybody calling me? But now I know it's like they're trying to foreclose on me. But I talked to them. I spent several hours trying to figure out how to save my house, to these people. Remember, my husband was the only one on the mortgage. He and I bought the house together, but he's the one that, took out the loan, because I wasn't working at the time. So can you explain something to me? I don't mean to sound stupid, but if I sell my house, say to you, right? And we go, what was your first name? I forgot.
It's Daniel.
Okay, that's right, Daniel, because my nephew's Daniel. Okay, so if I say, hey, Daniel, you want to buy my house? And you say, yeah, I really want to. And then, so I sell my house to you. Do I take that money then and do I pay the mortgage with that money, or how does that work?
No, so yeah, no,
how
no,
do I get out from underneath them?
So the way this works is, let's say we're able to get to the point, the numbers make sense. Okay, cool. When I send you the contract, I'm going to go to an escrow company somewhere near your area. We're going to open up escrow.
Okay.
And that starts the process. Essentially,
Yeah.
what they do is they start with what's called a title search. They go and make sure that there's not any other liens or debts or problems with the property itself. Takes them a couple of days.
Okay.
And then they'll get back and they'll say, yep, property's clean, good to go, or no, here's this issue. If the property's good to go, then what happens is they proceed and we go to the closing table. Okay. At closing, on the closing date, you would go there because it would be local to you in person. If that's convenient for you, if not, we can figure out an alternative. But usually you would go there. They would sign all the closing documents with you. I would sign those virtually, remotely, just like you're going to be signing with me. And then what happens is the title company handles that part. They're the ones that make sure all of that gets paid off and that's cleared, so that way you don't have to worry about it anymore.
Okay, and then what's left over is mine? Is that how it works?
Yeah, correct. So let's say there's a scenario where we agree to a purchase price, right? And once that purchase price, it's if that purchase price is only sufficient to cover the underlying mortgage, then in that circumstance, it would just cover that and there wouldn't be extra. But let's say there is extra. Let's say, what was your underlying mortgage again?
You mean how much is the mortgage?
Yeah,
that is still owed?
Yeah, correct.
I think I don't have it in front of me, but I think it's 176 is what's left.
Okay. So let's say in that example, we were able to, just to give you a round number, we're able to do 190 or 200,000. Then you would get whatever the difference is at that day when you go and sign everything. They would pay off the bank and you would get the check for the difference in that example.
Right. Okay.
There's a little more details to it, but that's a rough way of explaining it.
Yeah, I didn't know if where the money went and how, because I want to be able to pay off some of the bills that I have too, so that I can leave the area free and clear, So, because my mom and my sister were saying, well, should we put it on the market, with somebody here, a realtor here? Would I make more money, that way versus, talking to companies like you? I don't know, because normally it's like that takes a long time to, do and go through. And I really don't want to have to, I'd like to sell it myself. I think that's better.
Yeah, there's pros and cons to each with your particular situation. The problem with selling it on the market is you're going to have an agent come in there. They're going to want to take pictures of the whole property. You're going to have to clean up the house. They're going to do all of that. They're going to have, depending on how they run their business, they're going to try to list it. You're going to have showings. People are going to be coming through the house. The problem is there's no.
Yeah, I don't want to go through that.
Yeah, well, and then the worst part is there's no guarantee that it'll sell. It could sell, and if it does, you would definitely get more. But the question becomes, okay, what if it takes 6 months? Can you afford to wait 6 months? Will the bank stop the foreclosure and while they're doing it? And the answer is no, the bank's not going to stop just because you have it listed, right?
Yeah,
So this is where what we do, it's just faster. You don't get as much as hypothetically on a listing. Sometimes, right, you're gonna get more than you expected when you sell it cash. But the benefit for this
right,
direction is the speed and convenience of being able to just say, I know what I'm getting, I know what I'm walking away with, I know I'm walking away from this particular problem of the foreclosure. I'm walking into my new life
right.
and I know what to expect.
Yeah. Well, I just, to anybody who was thinking about buying it, whether it's you or somebody else, last night I sat down and I wrote down all of the things that, my husband John and I have, purchased, that makes the property, actually, better, like, different things. So, we have a fence that we, put up, that, goes around the property. And I just bought a brand new, air conditioning, in June, because my other one, he said, wasn't going to make it. So that's brand new. I have, a new roof that's only 7 years old, I think, or 6. So there's a lot of things that that people would say, oh, it's a real fixer-upper. We would have to get a new roof. We'd have to do this and that. Well, not for this particular house, because John and I, before he died, we were doing that. We were fixing it up because we weren't really gonna, leave. And then he, like I said, he, passed away unexpectedly. So,
Yeah.
but there's a lot of things, like those things. And some of the good things, for this house is, we live right across the street from the park, which is great if anybody's interested in reselling it and they have kids. That's one thing. And then right down the street from there is elementary school. So family-wise, it's like perfect place to live. And it's stuff like that. So I made a list last night of all the kind of things that I've done and the things that you and I just talked about, plus more.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, that would be good to know. One thing that's important to realize is that there's a difference between upgrades that are like the roof, or maybe fixing some problems, or maybe changing the air conditioning unit. Like those are some of the major maintenance based things that you can do to a house.
Right.
And then
And
there's
those are all
cosmetic.
brand new now.
Yeah, and then there's cosmetics, which is an entire other
Yeah.
factor.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely needs paint because we haven't painted it, we painted it when we came in. And then, there's a few rooms that we have, touched up, as we've gone, along and everything. But, like a lady that, called me today, she wanted to know what, condition the house was in. And I can say, with all honesty, it's fairly good. It really is. It's just, because we put flooring in, where it was before it was really tacky linoleum,
Sure.
And so we have wood floors, except for the 3 bedrooms. We bought carpeting and put in those. Just in the bedrooms. So the kitchen and both of the bathrooms have, what do you call it? Tile. Yeah.
Okay.
So there's a lot of things that we did,
Where would be the
I
best
don't
way
know,
for you
8
to
to 10
send me?
years we've done a lot to it. So
Where would be the best place for you to send me your upgraded pictures?
of the house.
Yeah, correct.
Uh,
Because I
you
know you
mean-
guys did some stuff. I'd like to see that. So if I need to account for that, I'm able to do so.
I guess I can take, I guess I can take pictures of, some things for you if you wanted me to do that.
Okay. Are you able to text those to me?
There's a lot of things, you know, phone wise that I don't know how to do, but
Okay.
I can figure it out.
Okay,
You
we
know,
can figure
but what
that
would
out.
you want pictures of?
Just anything that you
Oh,
mentioned,
by
right?
the way, the hot water heater that
Okay.
costs most people anywhere from $700 to $1,500. We bought a brand new water heater. I'm gonna say 5 to 6 years ago. You know, so all of some of the major things that somebody who might, you know, say, you know, just moving into a home, you know, it's like those kind of things. We have all bought within anywhere from 3 to 7 years. We put a lot of before he died, of course. We spent fixing those because they go out, and then of course we had to, you know, fix them. So there's a the air conditioning I just put in, you know, in June. The hot water heater we had to put in. I mean, that was like $1,100. We just did that. Just let's see, he died not quite 4 years ago, so 2 years before that. Then we put, you know, a fence in that runs. We on our block we have a lot and a half, and everybody else just has wherever their, you know, property line is. You know, so we have a larger lot than anybody else on the block.
Okay.
You know, so
Let me ask you this. You had mentioned some bills that you were hoping to take care of. What's the total amount of that to see if we would be able to make to account for that in our offer?
you mean something I needed to buy?
Well, you had just
Oh,
mentioned that you had some bills and stuff that you wanted to take care of before you got out of the area.
That I'm not sure. You mean something that I wanted to do to the house? Is that what you mean?
No. Meaning,
Or-
so we can help you move on and kind of go downtown south by your sister.
Oh, yes. She's going to be here tomorrow, and she's going to, she found a whole bunch of boxes that her church had, you know, gotten, and they're willing to give them to us to use, you know, so that's really helpful. So she's going to go ahead and come, you know, tomorrow, and we're going to, we're starting to put things in boxes and everything, but I guess I'm not understanding your question. Or either that or I'm just, you know, I didn't do much sleeping last night.
You're totally
Once
fine.
I made this decision.
No, you're totally fine. Do not worry about it. Let me do this. Let me go run my numbers. Let me put everything together. Let me make sure I can get higher than your mortgage balance so that way we can get you clear so you can go down and do what you have to do and move on to your
Yeah,
steps.
because there's some, I absolutely have to pay some, they're not like major bills, but, you know, some doctor bills and some things like that, I want to take care of before I leave the, you know, the county. So,
And that's what I was asking about.
yeah.
So what do you know about the amount
oh,
of
yeah,
those?
yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would, go ahead and do what you have to do, and we'll figure it all out, and then I'll go and look at my papers from where you and I talked the other day, and we'll meet in the middle. You know, but I changed all my appointments that I was going to have today and tomorrow, so I'm home all afternoon.
No. I totally got you, Marlo. But my question is, off the top of your head, do you know what those bills, the doctor bills and the things that you want to cover, do you know the amount on those so I can see if we can help you get those?
Oh, that's what you were asking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I added everything up. Matter of fact, I was just sitting here looking at everything, and there's about let's see, there's about $24,000 worth of some things that I would like to pay off, and just, you know, to have money, you know, to pay those off so that I can free and clear, you know, leave town instead of having to carry, you know, those with me. So now I understand what you were saying, you know, so yeah. That's
Okay.
what it was. There's hospital bills, and then there was, you know, a few other things that where, you know, we, had bought things, you know, to, you know, buy the house, I mean, to fix up the house. I'm sorry. I know it sounds like I don't know what I'm talking about. I just,
No,
you
you
know,
you got a lot on
I
your
was
plate.
up really late.
No, don't. Let's do this, Marla.
Yeah.
Let's do this. Do not stress anymore. Let me do this. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna run my numbers. If I can get to where we need to be, I'm gonna put together the agreement. I'm gonna send it your way. I'm gonna call you. If I can't, I will call you and we'll talk about next steps. I made the agreement when we spoke
Okay.
last time. Ilona made the same agreement. We are gonna do our best to help you out with this thing. If not, we're gonna do our best to get
Okay.
your options, right? So I will figure that out. I will call you back here shortly and we'll chat and see what we can do.
Yeah, there was 3 or 4 people that called me this morning that, I didn't give anybody any information until I talked to you guys first, because I sort of promised her when she called, and she goes, you know, there's not very many people that do that in the world. I can't believe that you would think of us. And I go, well, that's the kind of person I am.
Well, we appreciate
So,
that. And we're
all
gonna make
right.
sure, yeah, we
I
want to
will-
make sure.
I'll talk to you soon,
Okay, sounds good.
and we'll go from there.
All right, we'll talk soon.
Okay, thanks.
Bye-bye.
Okay, Daniel, bye-bye.
Very interesting. All right, what y'all think?
Were you able to check the reverse mortgage option for her?
No, but I didn't want to bring it up because she had kind of sounded like her motivation to move on was being closer to family. And they're 3 hours away. Now, I'm trying to run the numbers on this house. Here's the difficulty of comping this thing is there's like, I found one house. That's what I was kind of like distracted looking over here. Of all the houses in her neighborhood, I can find one sold this year. All the other ones were sold in 21 and 22, which is kind of odd, but I'm looking up trying to see what I can find. Let me get out of this stupid CRM. I don't like this. I'm just going to ignore it. So that's the issue, right? Like the issue is the fact that there's not a lot of comps. The one comp that I did find was like 265. At 265 ARV, I don't even know this is a deal, right?
This
Which is
is-
kind of what we found last time, right?
Yeah,
When we were
exactly.
talking to her. So when Caroline reached out to me, I didn't realize, I didn't put 2 and 2 together that this was the same deal that you were asking about. She had reached out to me like earlier this morning. Because I guess this lady called back. So kudos to her, respect to her for following up and doing what she said she was going to do. But then this creates a situation where it's just like, well, how do you help this lady, right? Because it's a reverse mortgage. You can't take that over.
No, it's not a. So let me refresh your memory. She has a normal mortgage. You said that you know a guy
I
that
was going
might
to try
be
to put
able
her
to
on a reverse
help her.
mortgage. Yeah. The issue wasn't that it's a reverse mortgage. We were going for reverse, but it's in her husband's name, so she can't even. We can't really do anything because the mortgage is not even her name.
Were we able to confirm that? Did you talk to her? Because she said that she would check that, and that was just right before the hurricane, and the call center was located in Florida. So
Yeah.
that was last week, and I don't know if we talked to her since.
No, we didn't.
So
Here's
we
the
don't
issue.
know that.
The issue, what happened? The issue is, you see how scattered she is, right?
Oh yeah.
So the difficulty when you're dealing with someone that's in that circumstance, you're dealing with people like that, and you can't really just go down all of these roads of suggestions and ideas because it's just going to confuse them. And she's got other people calling. So there's a lot of stuff that in my head I'd like to brainstorm, but we can't. Now, at least not with her. So really what I need to do is follow back up with a cash offer. And a few months. The issue is that the mortgage is in her husband's name, not her name. And I think the arrears aren't bad. They're like 12 grand in arrears. Yeah. Like, look,
Didn't she say in the original conversation that the bank wouldn't talk to her?
that's the thing. She said they wouldn't, but then she also said that they were talking to her and she was waiting for a follow-up. So she said both. which is where I said, when I gave her the homework, like, find out this, find out this, find out that. And it sounded like she finally did get a hold of them, and they just told her they wouldn't be able to do a loan mod. I don't know what that means. That may have been a completely different conversation. They may have not even been looking into a loan mod, but in her head, because she was thinking loan mod, when they said no, they just said no to everything. There could be more options. First and foremost, we got to find out if we could even do this deal. I don't think this deal pencils. I need to talk to a buyer out there.
What part of California is it in?
Ridgecrest.
Oh, out in the desert. Know where that's at.
Why do you know that?
I had a friend live there, and I
Oh.
was helping her with a couple properties. I have 2 daughters in Southern California too. So why wouldn't I know that? It is
So-
weird that I would know that. That's not a normal place.
Isn't it near a military base?
Yeah, there's a big military
Yeah.
base.
I have a technical question about that mortgage. So if they do foreclose on the house and the mortgage is under her husband's name, would it affect her credit as well, or just her dead husband's credit?
No, if she's not on the mortgage, it wouldn't affect her credit.
Then that might be the best solution for her if she.
What do you mean? What's the best solution?
So if it doesn't pencil and she wouldn't receive any cash, so they might as well take the house.
Who might as well take the house? Just the bank?
Yeah, because it's
Yeah, that's an
mortgage.
option. That's an option, and that may end up being the best option for her. We wouldn't be able to help her, obviously.
Because I remember we ran the numbers, it didn't work. This is what we talked about, but yeah, we should talk to buyers.
But what it can you remind me again what is the situation like? She's in foreclosure. What is her arrears?
What is what?
So the situation, sorry, because I was comping a property here and I didn't listen. What, so she's wanting how much?
Yeah,
For the
no. So
property.
here's the situation. Caroline, what up, yo? I paused so that Caroline could just jump in. Where are you?
My electricity died, so I came to a restaurant for Wi-Fi so I could eat lunch too.
Oh,
Multitasking,
congratulations.
all the work.
Okay, so here's the situation. Her husband died a few years ago. She was fine.
Mhm.
She had an ARM mortgage. They adjusted the rate to like 8.2% or something crazy like that. Put her mortgage past where she could pay because she's on Social Security. So she got stuck. She was trying to figure out how she could resolve it, reached out to the bank, realized that she wasn't on the mortgage, and was trying to see if they could do something to lower the rate back down so that way she could afford the monthly payments. She has about 12,000 in arrears. She's in a position to pay that 12,000 in arrears. However, if she pays the 12,000 in arrears, she's not in a position to keep paying an $1,100 mortgage on Social Security. So her goal was to reduce the payment down. When we talked with her the first time, a week or two ago, I realized talking with Dan that the only options really were, because it doesn't look like it pencils, to see if we could do something weirdly creative, which is very unlikely because the mortgage is not even in her name. And it's just like, what's our buyer? Who's our exit? Because of just where it's located. And then the other option is I know a mortgage guy who said that he may be able to get her put into a reverse mortgage. So that way she has no payments as a solution. That was the last time I followed up with her. Obviously today, it was very odd. Caroline, you don't know this. Dan was asking me about like, hey, where's this lady's number? We need to follow up with her. And I didn't put two and two together. It was the same lead. So she had just happened to call back, which is cool because I do have this option. She's ready to sell. She's ready to sell cash. She'd like to put some money in her pocket to cover some doctor bills. I think, Steve, see you, bro. Good luck, man. I feel like she would like to put some money in her pocket. I feel like she's just fishing at that point. But right now, it just doesn't make sense, right? Like I just don't see. I'll share my screen. Screen.
Wait, so if she's ready to sell, can we get her under contract?
But here's the thing: for what? For a wrong price that we can't dispo, or for a price that doesn't actually get her out from under her mortgage, so we couldn't sell it anyway.
Well, can we do what you had suggested the other week about an option, just so that we can secure our position having the contract? Because you have the most power when you have the contract. So right now, if she's hungry to sell, somebody else might be calling her, and she might lock it up with them. So that's my concern and fear.
Yeah, no, I understand that. The only issue is option number one, this lady is all over the place in the way she's communicating, right? Like I asked her the same question 4 times and she didn't understand my question. And then she finally understood it, was able to answer it. And she said she wasn't sleeping and she's a little bit all over the place, which is fine. I get that. What I'm saying is that trying to present creative options like this to be strategic is a good call when someone is coherent enough to be able to keep up with what the plan is. I feel like with her, we'll tell her we're doing that, and then she'll have a completely different recollection of the conversation. That's my concern. So with her, we got to keep it really simple. We got to talk about these plans outside and have the conversation with her. Here's the problem. She owes 175 on the house, right? Closest thing to a comp I think I found is, I think it's, no, not this one, 23. Is it this one? Might be this one. 21. There is no recent comps sold. Her house
What is the
right
address?
here.
What is the address, ZQ?
I'll send it right here.
So what about, I mean, I don't know, I need to dig more into this, but I was just telling G this morning with an option where it's like, it's really difficult because they have a high mortgage and they have arrears, but what if we found a buyer that is willing to catch up her arrears, we put a little bit of money in her pocket, and then we take the mortgage as sub 2?
Yeah, that's the issue, right? Like her husband died 4 years ago, and the bank now knows.
The bank what?
The bank now knows that.
Okay.
So I don't know how long the bank's even going to keep the loan in place. Because
Has she done a probate?
I don't know. I tried having that conversation with her the first time. I don't remember. I didn't want to go into that right now because I just knew she was kind of all over the place. I just wanted to underwrite the deal and see what our options were, so that way I can come back with her with there's the address.
Okay, so if this is a probate, I have a probate buyer. I'm actually about to jump on a call with the seller in probate, and we can tag team it. We just need to figure out who's doing what role. So if it's a probate, he specializes in probates.
Yeah, so does Rodolfo, right? That's fine. And if he's a buyer, does he buy in California?
Yeah.
Okay, so that would be a good conversation. This is what I mean. The reason why I messaged you is I want to know where a buyer wants to be on this. My guess is a buyer is going to want to be somewhere between 125 and 150 on this deal. That's just my guess. And
she owes 175.
And she owes 175. So I don't see how this works cash.
Oh yeah.
Do you know how much she wants to make? Like
I'm not even worried about her making I'm worried about, can we even just get her out from under the mortgage? That's step one. I'm not even thinking about putting money in her pocket, which is why I phrased it like that in the conversation. In California?
Yeah. All by the deed. 10,000. Tell her that I give her 5. And then I'll have Willie Servicing Company deal with the bank.
Willie can work in California?
Oh, he works all nationwide. That's the easiest and fastest way. We buy the deed. Obviously, we want to get it as cheap as possible. We cannot give any more than 7-8K. We would need a specific POA. We send a mobile notary, have a sign the quick claim deed, and then I'll just send that to Will. We'll have the notary, the team start working on it. That is by far the best and quickest option.
Yeah,
if she's in pre-foreclosure, they'll negotiate that for her.
Okay.
And we'll just reverse flip it.
Yeah, this is where I think is the best option, right? Something like this, which is why I didn't suggest her anything else. Because to your point, like, I don't think a sub 2 is going to work at all. I think we're setting anybody up for failure, because if the bank hasn't already started the process by now, they probably will, because the person who was on a mortgage passed away 4 years ago. So sub 2 is not an option. right? So we either have to get creative like this, or we have to get her to refinance, which may be an option, but that's a whole different set of things. And she doesn't sound like she even wants to stay there anymore. It's what Rodolfo just explained. So basically what he would do is he would just buy the deed. He would own the deed, and then they would negotiate with the bank outside of that and handle all of that, and then just they would list it later on.
Let's do it. Let's lock it up. Do it.
Okay. Do you think it makes sense to talk to your guy, get their opinion on it?
No, I didn't
Yeah,
realize.
man.
Oh, you, who were you
We're
asking?
asking.
No, sorry, Caroline, because you have a call with them
Oh,
in
okay.
a minute. Do you think it's a good idea to talk to them, or should we just work with this with Rodolfo?
Where is this? In Ridgecrest?
Yeah.
What county is that? I'm thinking, I didn't realize how low the price point was. Only 125. I think maybe, Ridgecrest is in what county? It's in Kern County. Yeah, let's go with Rodolfo.
Okay.
DQ, I have to jump off, but I can connect with you
Okay.
after. But
We'll
yeah,
connect.
Rodolfo,
Yeah,
I like,
yeah.
I like your plan.
Message
thank you.
message me. We'll connect after.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Bye. Yeah, Rodolfo, I think that's the right play. Because just nothing else makes sense. This is why I don't, like, you guys know this. Caroline doesn't know this, but like this is why I don't want to, I guess for anybody on YouTube that's watching, reason why I didn't just jump to quick offers is because I don't like making promises I can't keep. I like option contracts, but I like option contracts when the seller can understand what we're doing. I don't think this seller would have understood that, and I don't think the timing of a pre-foreclosure makes an option contract the right call for this one. I would rather text a couple buyers that we know in the area and just see if they're even in the ballpark. A good buyer is going to be at 125 on this thing, right? The only comp that was sold this year, which may not even be an exact comp, sold for 265. It's the only one I can find out of the 30 houses that sold in this vicinity that sold this year, which says a lot about the market. Will that scare Willie, Rodolfo?
No, he's bought already a bunch of deeds in California. He's buying all nationwide. Like he opened that he opened that program up, and it's nationwide. He's been collecting deeds left and right. He owns a servicing company, so you know they have like preference with the Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, you know, lenders and stuff. So yeah, yeah, I think they'll take it right away.
Okay. So then we'll lock it up. What do you think is fair? Because she was saying something about she was fishing when she said 25K, and I think she knows better. What's the max we can offer that doesn't hurt the deal? 8K?
Yeah.
Can we get her 10K,
I mean,
or is that outside?
I mean, it's 175. That's what she owes. Yeah, I think if we can keep it within 5, because over here in Miami, we do not give any more than 10K, and it's much higher price point. And she owes 175, so I don't know, you know. Because the way it works is we get the deed, we submit it to Will, and then they go to work. So, you know, you will have to be on the right, and the money is on the back end. It's not up front.
So she won't get that up front?
But the deed gets hold on escrow. So it doesn't get recorded, it gets hold on escrow. So that way they get the POA, the specific POA. Deed gets hold on escrow while they work with the servicing company. One, they work the short sale, you know, then they come back, they do the short sale, and then with the funds, they pay her the 5K, and then they take care of the rest.
Very interesting. So what is my approach with her? Am I sending her just a traditional purchase contract, or are we just sending her?
No,
it's a.
I think I can send it to you. Here, let me see if I have it. I think
Yeah,
I have it. It's a deed. So hold on, POF. Second. Short sale agreement, POA template, and the quick claim deed template. Okay, so So this is the POA and the quitclaim deed template. And then, you know, once she accepts,
Say that again.
once she, like, I send the quitclaim deed and the power of attorney template. Once she accepts, you know, she has to know that she gets that on the back end. You know, but she walks away clean, and they'll intermediate for her. And I'll submit that to Will, and then they'll start getting to work. The POA, oh, and we will get a mobile notary, so it gets notarized and sent to us right away. So I can ask them more about how we will set up the mobile notary.
Wait,
I can actually find that out right now.
So the quit claim deed and the POA, but what, okay, so I get that, but what am I sending her right now to solidify the agreement that we're doing?
You just tell her, look, we can buy the deed. We can give 5K. You get that on the back end. We'll send a mobile notary. Okay. That deed is going to sit on escrow. It's not going to get recorded. We'll go ahead and our team is going to negotiate on your behalf with the servicing company. Okay. And once everything is said and done, the turnaround is between 30 to 45 days. Once that gets settled and the property gets sold, then you get paid for your 5K.
35 days before the process gets settled, then they list it, or before it's listed and sold?
No, everything as far as with the bank gets, the turnaround is 30 to 45 days.
Then you list it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So she's looking at 3-4 months before she's getting money.
I can confirm that with you now. Let me do it right now.
So I'm not even getting, here's my concern, right? And this would be something that I'm genuinely curious as to Willie's thoughts on this, right? Because from a sales standpoint, I need buy-in right now. So even if we just created some sort of an agreement that led to the mobile notary, so that way they feel like there's a commitment there. So we're reducing the likelihood of someone saying, yeah, that works. And then 2 days later, they sign a purchase agreement with somebody else. He's calling him.
DQ, do you know Matia Nunes from Sub2 here in South Florida?
No.
Okay.
¿Por qué?
No, because I try to contact Will, but not answering. I think he's in Texas right now. Hold on, let me see. Give me a couple of minutes. They're gonna call me back.
I bet. Bets. Okay, let's see how it goes.
Yo, Rodolfo,
What's up?
I sent you a message. I don't think you saw it, but my guy tried to contact the Schiller brothers that you sent me. And apparently the receptionist or whatever lady answered the phone said she didn't have the liberty to give out their information.
Yeah,
So-
that's the thing that they exclusively work with Will. That's where, you know, that's where the magic happens. What have you tried to contact Christina Aguilera?
Christina Aguilera.
Oh no, Nicole Espinosa. Sorry.
I'm a genie
Nicole,
in a
no,
bottle, baby.
no, not Christina Aguilera is a girl from real estate that she specializes
works with
in
Will?
SOPs. Yeah,
I
she works with
almost
Will
I almost
too.
hired her back in the day.
Yeah, she
She's
did
cool
all of
people.
his SOPs and stuff. Yeah, she's super nice. Nicole Espinosa, bro, she's also a beast with the short sale thing. And
Short sale queen?
she's more, I guess I would say accessible.
Yeah, because that was the thing. We were looking to get somebody that can do the short sales like really good. You know, if it's like 80 cents on the dollar, that's nothing. But we need something like, 30, 40,
Well,
50.
Nicole Espinosa, she's supposed to be a beast. The thing is that these Schindler guys, they only work with, that's like they only work. It's a package. This lady, she tried to go behind me and contact the probate attorney that I work with. She called them and he told them that he couldn't take her case. And then when I told him, he was like, "Oh, I should have known." But now that you told me, I know she has to go through you. So it's kind of like, like they keep it compact. So
Damn.
I'm not surprised that they did that. They said that to you. But I know Nicole Espinosa. She's I know a guy. Oh, Al knows this guy. He's on the TTP mentorship, Abdul, and he's done a couple of deals with her short sales. And they've been really good deals too.
So you think I can reach Nicole?
Yeah, he's done it. He's reached out to her, I think, via Instagram, and then he got her contact, and that's how he contacted her.
What's how do I find her? Because Nicole Espinosa is kind of a general name.
I think her name is Short Sale Queen on Instagram, isn't it? I don't know. I'm not sure. Search for short sale queen.
I will look.
How is it done?
You know what I heard? I heard that Jack, you didn't get to connect because you wasn't plugged into the right people, dog.
What are you talking about?
It's who you know, bro. You gotta say the right name at the door.
I didn't even call. It was my partner that called. Oh, I see her.
The house buys you instead of you buying the house. That's the way it goes, bro. Very, very interesting. Yeah, man. So essentially, Tim, what's going on, man? Timothy had to change his diaper. That's why he was a little bit late to the YouTube stream, y'all. I'm glad you got it taken care of, though, bro. Okay. So yeah, bro, what I was saying beforehand. Shoot, sorry. Yeah, so what I was saying, Rodolfo, so you guys just like, so let's say you have a conversation with a seller today, like this lady, they say yes. You just wait for the mobile notary to go out. There's no commitment between now and then.
I mean, once she signs the deed, that's it. You don't. That's more powerful than an agreement.
Yeah, but what's to stop her from making, because there's no agreement done?
Right. Yeah. You just
You know
send
what I mean?
you send them mobile notary right away.
Can they go? I mean, I guess maybe tomorrow.
Yeah.
Depending on who you schedule with. I would just feel super apprehensive all the time. I'd be like, I got to get something signed like right now while I'm on the phone with you, so I'm not paying for a mobile notary. Mobile notary shows up and they're like, yeah, I actually signed with another person last night. Have you ever had it where somebody signs the mobile notary and then they signed with somebody else?
Not.
I wonder what would happen in that circumstance. If they signed, they had a memorandum, but you already own the deed. But the deed's not filed, the deed's in escrow.
Right.
So technically,
Yeah,
that memorandum holds suit.
little loopholes that I can clarify for you because I know Matias is more savvy on this thing. He's been doing it more longer.
Okay. Yeah, that'll be super interesting. To kind of see how that goes. Okay, so should I wait to call this lady back until you get confirmation on this stuff, bro?
Yeah. Let's wait.
Okay. Let's do that. And then we'll go from there. Giovanna. Gotta send some love out to Eddie. Hopefully everything's okay. He had to hop out. All right. We're following up on this one. Jamarco's getting the 40 houses sent to him. Okay. Yeah, I want to do some role plays. Who didn't go yesterday? Al went. He did horrible. I think Edon. Did you go? You didn't go. Edon's got to go. I think it would be good that Edon went. All right, so we'll let Edon go. Randy, bro, did you change your camera? Is Randy flipping me off? Randy just flipped me off. Y'all saw that? Randy legit just gave me the middle finger.
No, I've had some camera issues. Was it different on your end?
No. It doesn't look bad. It looks different. It just the picture quality looks different. I don't know if it's because you normally have your blue lighting and that's the change. Your skin looks different. Your skin tone is a different color.
Ooh. Skin tone.
Skin tone. Randy, you trying to role play today, bro?
Yeah, let's go, man.
Let's do it. I like it. We'll let Jack be a judge. Peggy, you down to be a judge? Are you going to judge them harshly like Giovanna was yesterday? Giovanna doesn't play.
She had good feedback though.
She really did. She doesn't play with people's emotions. It's like go big or go home.
You know what I need to work on though? I need to work on the shit sandwich presentation. You know,
Okay.
like giving the good, saying, okay, you better work on this, and then giving the good. So that's what I'm trying to work on right now, instead of just criticizing.
I
Nobody
think you
likes
should just go for blatant criticism. Make them feel badly about themselves so that they beat themselves up while they're laying in bed and then do better tomorrow.
No, that sounded perverted, but okay. Just kidding. It's just what the brain goes.
All right, Peggy, I see you, bro. Yes, you have to use gluten-free sandwiches on Cali Sellers, Al. Also, Al, you had your chance to roleplay yesterday, and you bombed, dog. You bombed. Kate's children did a better job of fact-finding than you did. Does that make you feel badly? It should.
Just weird.
Okay.
Motivation.
Lettuce wraps with some soybeans in the middle. All right. I think Edon, I think it's time for you to go first, bro. I think you got to go first.
Let's go.
Rodolfo, I don't even know if Rodolfo. It looks like he's got the I'm on a phone call face. Let me pull up my whatchamacallits. All right, so we got the scoring sheet. Where are the objections that I had? ¿Dónde están? No están allí. Okay.
Sorry.
Here we go. All right. How difficult do we want to be? All right, we're going to let Peggy be a judge. Al, you down to be a judge? Jack, you down to be a judge, Pumpkin? Jack says if he doesn't cry himself to sleep, the criticism wasn't real enough. Peggy not even listening. Peggy out here doing seller calls. Like she should be. John. How difficult do we want to be with Edon? This one I think could be good. All right, this is going to be fun. This is a fun and unique out-of-the-box one. Not too easy, not too difficult, just unique. Here you go, Kate. I think Kate's going to be able to pull this off, especially with that hair today. Especially with the hair. All
The
right.
hair is cute, for sure.
Right?
You. Thank you.
Yeah, I would trade her hairdos.
All right, judges, I'm sending you the motivations. Al, nobody does ever compliment. Maybe that should tell you something. Level up your barber, dog.
I already figured it out. That's fine.
Did you? Oh. Wow. Wow. All right, Kate.
Where did I come up with that stuff?
You should see Kate's response. Jack, you good to be a judge, bro? I bet. I'm sending you the motivation. I don't even know what's Kate just made me speechless with the response.
Hey, who's the caller?
Idan.
Oh.
All right, y'all. Pitch battles is beginning. This is gonna be fun. I'm gonna make this a fun thing. Y'all about to see. We may have to pause for a seller follow-up, so if we can't lock up it's not even locking up a contract. We're gonna lock up with something else. I don't even know how to call it. We gotta come up with a cool name for it. But in the meantime, we're gonna put people to the test, see if they are knowing what they're working with. Idan, you were here yesterday. Do you know how this works, sir?
Yes.
Okay. So you're aware that you're gonna have 6 minutes. You say ring ring. Timer starts when Kate says hello, and you get scored on your strength of intro, rapport building, fact finding, uncovering motivation, overcoming objections, presentation of solutions, and then your strength of close and follow up. You're aware of all of this, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you are aware of the fact that we are going to criticize you harshly if you do a bad job.
That's why I'm here for.
Okay, perfect. All right, Pumpkin. Well, whenever you're ready, you say ring ring.
Ring ring.
Hello?
Hi, Kate. It seems like you talked to one of my partners a few days ago about potentially selling your property on Banana Street. How's this process been going for you?
I mean, I've talked to a few people. Who's this?
This is Dan. I think you talked to, it was Jack a couple of days ago. He told me that you were interested in selling that property. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I gotta sell it.
Okay, great. Tell me a little bit. What you got going on?
Well, it's in a very prominent area. And it's, a great house. I need to move on from it.
Okay. Move on? What do you mean?
It's just because it's in a prominent area. My white Broncos and the Google map pictures, and it's just time for me to move on.
Okay, gotcha. So you need to move on. Do you have a time frame?
As soon as possible.
As soon as possible.
Yeah, I've got it all packed up at this point. Trying to get my stuff out as soon as possible before people show up and start taking my things.
Wow. Okay. Sounds serious. So is there anything that I can help with besides buying your house? So like you say you need to go out as soon as possible. Like can you maybe share a little bit what is it?
I mean, I feel like it's kind of, I'm surprised you don't already have this information. That's just very surprising to me. It's almost refreshing. It's just, I got a lot of people coming through trying to take my stuff, and I need to have a little bit more of a quiet area.
Right. All right. Okay. I understand. So how much were you looking to get for the property?
I bought it for 1.5. So I'd like to get at least that. I got some expenses coming up that would definitely be helpful for.
Okay, expenses coming up. Can you elaborate?
Just some legal fees that might come up soon. Just how expensive lawyers are.
How expensive lawyers are?
Lawyers are.
Lawyers, yeah.
Yeah, it feels like you're going to war sometimes.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. And do you know how much would you need for that?
Well, I mean, as it's gonna be probably several 100,000. It's, yeah, Robert and Johnny aren't cheap.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand. So you need to walk away with 1.7 million.
Yes.
Okay. So if I would be able to, well, to close as soon as possible and come up with that 1.7, are you willing to move forward and sign today, or is there anything else that you think you need to think about?
I mean, I don't need to think about anything. I just want to get it signed before people start taking all my stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, well, let me see what I can do, because if we can make it happen for you, it seems like it might be possible. I need to talk to my partner and see and run the numbers just to make sure it's something we can do. We can
Yeah,
do it.
and you would offer like a mobile notary that can like meet anywhere.
Okay, what?
Like is mobile, or is like, do you guys work with mobile notaries? Because I don't really want to go to any particular place. Like I need it to come to me. Is that possible?
Yeah, it is a possibility. Why is that?
I just, this address is out there. I don't really want my my next address to be out there. So if they can meet me, at McDonald's, or like even, some just a parking lot, I'll sign there. I don't want it to be at my next address.
Okay, well, how it usually works when you sign everything online, I'll just send you a contract and you sign it with an e-signature, and then afterwards for closing, we go through a title company to the traditional route.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that would, that sounds good.
All right, great. So we usually can do it in a 30-day period. Is it something that would work for you, or you need it faster?
I need it faster. I'm going to be going on vacation pretty soon, so I'm going to need it faster than that.
Faster? How fast?
I'm just going to be going on vacation soon. I don't really want to share timeline on that. Just sooner than 30 days.
Okay, no, I understand, but just it's something that if you need us to close sooner than 30 days, I would need to know how soon that would be.
And that is
see
time.
If I can perform and do that.
Time is officially up. I feel like I am reliving Alon's call all over again. Like this is Alon's call 2.0. We'll talk about it. I'll get my feedback last. How you feeling, man?
Well, I felt the same thing. I just didn't understand what you said at the beginning of the conversation. Like just language barrier. What was that?
Which part,
you said
which part was confusing?
The beginning. And I asked when I asked the reason, like, what's going on?
That wasn't a language barrier. That was a say it with your chest barrier, sir. I stand on it. We'll get to it. Let her explain it. Let's get your feedback. Let's get your scoring. And then once you get the context, maybe that'll answer your question for you. Is that cool?
Yes.
All right. Let's go straight to the scoring sheet. All right, Al, because this is basically the exact same thing you did yesterday, we'll go ahead and let you start with the scoring first. Also, a shout out to the Oscar-winning actress, Kate. This is hilarious. I'm mad that Peggy got it. Peggy DM'd me the same thing I DM'd Kate. So me and Peggy was on the same page. I don't know who else caught this. It was pretty quick.
Is it because we're old?
I think it's because I think it's definitely because we're old.
I'm sure Randy got it too.
Randy might have got it. Carlos would have definitely got it. Al, give us your thoughts, bro.
That's fine. I was thinking the same thing you thought. I was like, I finally have that like aha moment. Oh, okay. Now I see it from the other side, and I understand how important it is. Because if you don't know what's going on, then you're like, you're doing something wrong. And you're not even aware of what you're doing wrong.
But when you're seeing it from the side, it's super obvious. Like, bro, how do you not see this, right?
Yeah, not see what's going on, see that you need to know what's going on and that you don't have to be helpful. So I get that. I don't know if that made any sense to Idan. Because
you explain it. Get go. Let's go into your feedback and let's see if we can make it make sense to him. Because you can tell he's still super lost.
Yeah. No, this is my general feedback. I'll start with that. Just so you didn't get enough. You didn't go deep enough on the motivation, so you didn't understand exactly what Katie's going through. It was kind of almost trying to pick up on hints that she's giving you, because she didn't want to share it all straight away. She's just kind of giving you half information. But going off of half information really hurts you, because if you don't know what the situation is, you don't know what's important to the seller. And then you're way less helpful. So that's what I mean by that. So strength, now let's go to the list. Strength of intro, I'd give it a 3. I think no, 3.5. Good 3.5. The words it was fast, it was good. It's just the tonality. I feel like it could be a little bit stronger. It's just like, hey, this is Idan. Is anybody like, it's just too high, bro. So that's it. Rapport 3. Nah, 3. Nah, 2.5. I feel like you were off. Like you were off with, like, you and Kate were not on the same page. You weren't like rude or anything like that, so I didn't give you less than that, but it just I didn't feel like there was any rapport being built. Uncovering motivation, 2.5 for the reasons I already explained. Overcoming objections, I'll give it a 3 because I didn't notice any objections, so I'm just going to be neutral. No, DQ, this is...
Oh, sorry. 3 for that, 2.5 for this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Presentation of solutions, 3. Didn't really notice any of that. Strength of close follow-up, 2. That was not relevant. That's it.
All right. Good stuff. Peggy, go to you. Fellow old person.
Yeah, I was texting Kate. I was hoping when he said, "Is there anything else we can do for you?" I was hoping she would say, something about hiding the weapon for her, or can you do something about the gloves or Mark Foreman or something? That would have been
for sure.
I mentioned Robert and Johnny.
I don't know, no, I know, but I was sitting there just giggling like at the stuff. She said the white Bronco right off the bat, and I went, OJ?
That's it. So just to be clear, Idan, so you know, the motivation was that she was a recently become famous and notorious and wants to maintain privacy. And so she was acting like OJ Simpson.
And a little bit Diddy. A little bit.
And a little bit of Diddy.
So it's OJ Diddy.
OJ Simpson meets P. Diddy in more ways than one. Idan's like, who are these people and why should they matter?
No, I know. I'm not that lost, but I'm trying to understand the references you were saying.
She said that you've probably already seen my white Bronco.
What is the white Bronco?
OJ famously fled police in a white Bronco. It's the most famous car chase probably in America
Probably
history.
ever. I remember literally watching that on TV live as it happened.
Yeah, it was a big deal.
Same. You gotta watch the OJ documentaries now, Idan.
Got to do it. But that was the thing, right? So what you'll find, and I'll explain this more in a minute, but you did what Al did. Yes, I'm going to save my feedback for the end. But that being said, go ahead, Becky.
So I gave the same for the intro as actually Alon. I gave a 3.5. I thought his energy was good coming into it. Honestly, I feel like he's improved on that. So he doesn't sound very like monotonish and whatnot. So he had some inflections and stuff in it. So I felt like it was a big improvement for Edon. Rapport building, that part was skipped. So there really wasn't any rapport building. So I just did like a 1 for that. Fact finding, uncovering. He did ask just a few questions, but I gave him a 2 because he really didn't dig deeper on stuff to try to get to the base of it. There really wasn't any objections, so that one I can't score. So he really didn't, it was a little too easy for him, I should say, because there really wasn't objections. I don't know, I would just give a 3 just because there really wasn't any, and I don't think it's fair to give somebody a 1 when there wasn't any. Presentations of solutions, he didn't quite get there, but he was starting to. I feel like there were some things that was missed in some of the things that she was saying, like with the mobile notary, and I don't want to do it at my home. And then he kind of came back and missed it a little bit. And instead of figuring out a way of, I don't think he was picking up on the privacy part of it to start to offer, which is where she was going with it. Like, dude, I need my privacy and I need my stuff to be protected. So I think if he had picked up more on that, he could have presented some really awesome solutions. So kind of a 2 there is what I thought.
Was it 2 for solutions and?
Oh, strength of close follow-up. I mean, he didn't get to it. So
0.
Yeah.
Boom. All right, Jackie, see what you got, dog.
Okay, I'm pretty similar. So intro, I put a 4. I thought it was actually pretty good. There's some room for improvement, so it's not a 5, but I think it was really solid, especially, I mean, like Peggy said, definite improvement from just past conversations that I've heard you on. So nice job on that. Rapport building, I gave you a 1. I didn't hear any question or any commentary that actually was building a connection with this seller. So the fact that she didn't hang up on you and like cuss you out is the reason that I even gave you a 1, but I just didn't hear anything. Facts finding, uncovering motivation, I gave you a 3. Just because similar to Alon, like there was this massive elephant that you were just going like every which way, but actually hitting it on the head. So, I mean, you asked a lot of good questions, but that big, that elephant in the room was just skipped. So that would have gotten you honestly, that 2 points extra. Overcoming objections. I gave you a 2.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay.
Huh?
Nothing.
Okay. I gave you a 2 for this one just because there wasn't really many objections. The only one that was remotely like an objection was the mobile notary, but that wasn't even an objection. This one was kind of hard for me to pick out, so I didn't want to give you a 0 just because I didn't feel like it was a 0. And then presentation of solutions and strength of close. I feel like 3 is too generous if it is neutral, so I gave you a 0.
Ooh.
I know.
What
You
was the
just didn't get to
solutions?
it. Presentation of solutions. I'll go with a 1. I'll go with the 1 for that.
All right. 39. Edon. Let me give you my feedback and then we'll hear your feedback on what everybody said today. Here's the thing, bro. You heard Al's role play yesterday, right? All right. This is my concern, right? You will never solve a personal problem with a real estate solution, right? So what do I mean in the context of this? The bridge that you needed to fill in your conversation with her was connecting personally. was addressing the personal concern that she was dancing around. And the way you did it is exactly the way you, Al did it yesterday. You started talking about, okay, so here's what we're going to do from a real estate standpoint. Well, how does that address the discomfort she's experiencing personally? It doesn't. And so what you're doing is you're avoiding the uncomfortable part to talk about the next step in the real estate side. And I get that, but you're just going to lose people by doing that. You're going to lose an opportunity to connect with people. And the connection with the person is always the place that you need to go. And so every single time it was time to push farther and just say, like, I don't understand why you didn't just say, Kate, I got to be honest with you. Like, what's going on? Why are people going to come and steal your stuff? Like, what is happening? She kept saying people were going to take her stuff. Were you not curious about that?
Yeah, I was super curious.
So curious.
I felt I should have gotten it because I should have gotten the context from the white Bronco, and I didn't, and I just moved on and to try and see if it would come out in the further along in the conversation.
Okay, here's the thing: you were curious about why she thought people were going to be stealing her stuff, but not curious enough to ask.
This is a question?
Yeah, it was a question/statement. I guess I'll phrase it as a question. Why were you not curious enough to ask? If you're so curious, why just sit there quiet and move on?
No, because I thought it was she explained it with the thing that I didn't understand just because of the language of the fact that I didn't understand the reference.
But she said no. But she said that she was worried about people moving her stuff like 4 times way after that.
And I mentioned legal trouble.
She even gave her attorneys' names. Like, I just don't. Here's the issue, and this is why I'm so hard on this. I don't understand why people, right? Anybody who's watching this, I'll address you specifically. I don't understand why you guys will sit there right with an obvious situation in your face and you won't talk about it. You got a seller telling you people are going to be going through my stuff and I got legal problems. And they keep repeating it and they keep repeating it. Just ask what the heck is going on. Have the conversation. It's the elephant in the room. You have to address it. Tiptoeing around it and saying, oh, okay, well, what about a mobile notary? Like, how is a mobile notary addressing that at all? It's not. It's not. And that's the problem. And because you didn't address the elephant in the room, you made no progress. It's the exact same thing that Al dealt with yesterday, right? So I don't know. What are your thoughts, man? Like, are you following this?
Yeah, I'm absolutely following this. First of all, like yesterday, seeing Al's conversation from the side, I guess I felt what everyone are feeling at this moment, where it was so obvious. And then it seemed so obvious from the side, but the fact that like it's a competition and adds a different aspect to it. So I guess it affected my performance more than I thought it would. But yeah, the feedback is spot on. Everyone.
Good stuff. Yeah, Peggy says they wouldn't bring it up if they didn't want to talk about it. And here's the thing, guys. If you have a seller that continues bringing up a topic, but they're vague about it, there is a 95% chance they want to get it off their chest. You're just not you're not setting the table for them to do that. And sometimes they just want you to pull it out. Sometimes they want you to pry so they don't feel like have you guys ever been in a mood where you're like, you want someone to ask you what's wrong, and then they ask you, and then you're like, nothing, because you want them to ask you like 3 more times so that you know they really care? Like, be honest, how many of us have ever done that? Like, no, nothing. And you waiting, and then let them say okay when you say nothing and walk away. You will lose your mind. Like, how are you going to just say okay? And Chimarco says, I was never a woman. Let them say okay when you say nothing's wrong. You better ask me 3 more times. But most of us, except for Jim Marco, have been there, right? And this is what sellers are doing oftentimes, right? Oftentimes. You have to be willing to pull it out. You got to push. And if they're bringing it up multiple times, what we hear, because we're apprehensive and we're nervous and we don't know what to do, oftentimes what we're hearing is, well, if they wanted to tell us, they would just say it. They're being vague because they don't want to share it. And that's usually not the case. They're being vague because they want you to ask, because they want to know that they're in a safe space to share their personal information and they don't know you. And so they're waiting for you to ask. And sometimes you got to ask like 3 times, right? And sometimes you have to come out and ask, obviously. And the amount of times I listen to conversations just like this, where it's just like, bro, the question was right there. And if you would have just pushed, and people avoid it. And this is why people miss so many opportunities, focusing on scripts and not connecting with the person. Yep, she wanted to make sure you want a cop or paparazzi. Okay, good stuff. Who's going next? This is good. I like it. I feel bad that Edon got a 39. Alon got a 49 yesterday because he's a loser.
Hold up. Alon be throwing out threes like it's nothing. I just want to bring this up. All right. Alon, what the hell, bro? Like a 3? That's generous. If you put all 3s in that space, I think it'd be higher than any of these scores. So if you straight neutral the whole time, you're gonna score better than anybody here.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna be fair to everybody I scored.
No, I'm not
Even
saying
though
that.
even though when I'm on the line, I'm getting screwed over, but that's fine.
Oh my God, I'm done.
For anybody who's watching this, Al earlier admitted that it was everybody else's fault that he did a bad job yesterday. This was not a performance issue. It was a coaching and judge issue. Correct, Alon?
I mean, that would have given me well, there were a couple things that we could have fixed. And I obviously chose the one that was easier and doesn't have to do anything with me, right? It's called laziness. Look it up.
I respect it. All right. Who's trying to go next? Actually, before we go, Rodolfo, what happened? Roddy G. Is he on a phone call?
Hey, what's the name of the lady?
Marla. Marla.
Maria or Marla?
Marla.
Because there is someone else on the oh, okay, Hem and Marla. She's on the deed, on the mortgage. She's on the mortgage.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And that property is going on auction on November 14th.
Oh, shoot. So we gotta hurry.
According to what I see on PropStream, November 20th auction date.
This woman has no clue what's going on. Poor thing.
So this is the thing. If she is on the deed, if she's on the deed, then the way that it will work, it's getting the POA and the deed signed, letting her know that she will get, whatever amount we agree on the back end. That gets notarized. The mobile notary will have to be paid up front, obviously, and then that gets submitted. Okay. That's if she's in fact on the deed. I try to go look on the Kern County assessors, but it's a nightmare. I guess California is complicated always. So I couldn't find much information. All I saw was that that it looks like it's going to go on auction on November 20th. She does look like she's in the deed because I see it here that John Francis Hammond and Marla are the buyers, and there was an intra-family transfer. So she most likely is on the deed. So she is going to get affected if this thing forecloses.
Wait, to clarify, you're saying she's on the deed or she's on the mortgage or both?
I try to find, is anybody in California that knows how to find deeds? Because I tried to look for it and I couldn't. I see here on PropStream, it says transaction and mortgage history. And it said that there was intra-family transfer.
Could that be probate?
So I'm assuming that it was on both deed and mortgage.
It sounds like it. Could that be probate? Just the probate process taking place?
I mean, I don't know. I try to look. The thing is that I don't know how to navigate the California dockets. I try to look for the probate, but I don't think there is a probate done. It looks like if there is a probate in place and it hasn't been finalized, there shouldn't be any reason why her name reflects on the mortgage or the deed. That only reflects once the probate is finalized.
Unless she was put on both of those at closing. She could have been
True.
on all that, she's wife.
Right. I think because it says so yeah, I mean I think he did a quick claim deed and did an intra-family transfer in 2006. So she does come up.
Yeah, it looks like there was a grant, like you said, a grant deed in 06.
Oh, Randy, you're in California, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
How can I be of service to you, bro?
I don't know. Do you know how to find the deeds on a property appraisers for a county? Or does California allows that?
You know, I don't have a good answer for that one. I use Property Radar a lot of the times because in batch leads, so between the two, Property Radar I like because it's got detailed transaction history, so you can kind of see.
Yeah, I think it's on the deed, DQ, because look, the picture that Al just showed, it says owner number 2 and it has her name. So most likely her name is on the deed. Okay.
No, porque el vecino te quería preguntar algo.
Dile que ya voy. Hold on, guys. I'll be back. Hold on.
All right. Interesting. Well, I guess we'll have to see what that process looks like. How that changes what he's trying to do. I've never done one of those before. But it sounds like it's probably one of the only solutions for this. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. Are you looking to see if you can find anything, Randy?
Yeah, I'm just looking. Just looking on batch, you know, again, it's just what's it, Francis? Yeah, Francis Hammond, Marla.
Yeah.
You know, there's existing loan. Family transfer.
Can you search that stuff through the county clerk for that county? Does it come up that way?
Title and deed are two different things, but it seems like it would be it's that person. Foreclosure lien.
Rodolfo, did you break my Instagram, bro?
Francis John Hammond.
Not Rodolfo, sorry. Jamarco. Did you break my Instagram, bro?
You mean break?
I don't know. I don't know if you know, like my stories get like 12 views now. Super weird.
Well, they changed the algorithm, huh?
But I don't, how would that, I mean, I guess maybe it does. I don't know anything about that stuff.
If you're not promoted, you know, in the first people that always see your stories, that can
I
happen.
guess so. Instagram no longer deems me as important. I'm gonna have to change their mind. I'm gonna show them a picture of Kate's hairdo today, and I think that'll straighten that right up. Kate, fancy hair, whitehead.
My new Instagram handle.
Fancy hair?
Yep.
It's a W handle. It's the best.
It's Kate Fancy Head.
Fancy head. Ooh, I like it. That's a bar. That works. Kate Fancy Head. Okay, so Randy, you'll see if you can find anything, and then I guess we'll wait till Rodolfo comes back.
So what's he actually trying to find out? Say that one more
If she's on the
time.
deed, he's trying to find out if she's on the deed.
So the grantor was Francis J. Hammond.
That was her husband.
The grantee buyer was Francis J. and Marla A. Hammond for the grant.
Okay. And that was when, 2006?
This is 2006, 8/10/06, non-market related. So again, that's
So she just got added to the deed, it seems like.
yeah.
Okay.
Grant deed.
Okay. So she should be good to go.
Yeah. To Marla.
Okay. Yeah, I think we should be good. We'll talk to Rodolfo when he hops back in and we'll see what the options are. Hey Randy,
Yes, sir.
you want role play, dog?
Yes, sir.
Let's go. All right. How difficult should we be on Randy? Randy's a G.
Brutally hard.
Randy's gonna be a good one. I'd say medium difficulty. It's what everybody had pretty much, except for Jack.
So you can give everybody threes.
Yeah.
You do got to chill on the threes, dog.
That's what happens when you don't forbid numbers like 7.
I mean,
At
you
least
just-
I'm not giving 7s to anybody.
That's true. It would be a very Alon thing to do to give 7 out of 5.
It would.
All right. Who wants to judge this round? Who wants to judge? Judge. Al says me. All right. So Al's going to stay a judge. Who else? Jack. Anybody else? Who's the third judge? I'm letting y'all pick yourselves.
I thought I saw Gianmarco raise his hand.
Gianmarco, did you raise your hand, bro? You have to give quality Italian feedback, bro.
Yeah, but I don't know the rules. Like it's 1 to 5 because everybody's giving 3. I wasn't here yesterday, remember?
Yeah, so it's 1 out of 5 for each of the categories. You can score whatever you think is fair based on your perspective. Al just thinks that if he doesn't have an answer, they deserve a 3. Jack
Okay.
thinks you're stupid. If you don't have an answer, maybe you get a 0.
Va
Like
bene.
with red wine and prosciutto.
Va bene. Va bene. I didn't say va bene to the seller. It's a missed opportunity when I call it back. Va bene. That's the word of the day, guys. Randy, I should have asked this of Idan. I did not. You get 3 bonus points for using the word va bene. Va bene in your role play.
What's that even mean?
It means I want pasta, I think. Yes?
It means all right. It means all right. Sounds good.
Va bene. You good? Va bene?
Bene.
Va bene. Okay, you gotta say it. You gotta say it super. All right, let me get you the motivation. My session has expired. It's stupid. All right, we got ooh, I like this one. This could be good. Okay. All right, Jackie C, there you go. Gianmarco Alessandri. Va bene. There you go. That is the motivation, Gianmarco. So what we just sent you was the motivation. So that way you know what he is supposed to be uncovering. So when you grade him on his ability to uncover the motivation, you know what it was that he was supposed to unlock.
Va bene.
Va bene. Okay. All right, Gianmarco, I'm sending you the things that you're going to be scoring him on. Those are the things you're scoring him off on 0 out of 5. He's going to say ring, ring. When Kate answers the phone, she is going to, when Kate answers the phone, timer starts. And he's got 6 minutes to make magic happen. All right, good to go? All right. Randy, hold on, let me get my timer pulled up. Go crazy, bro.
All right, ring, ring.
Hello?
Yeah, hi, Kate. Randy here. Hey, you spoke to a colleague of mine about selling your property on 123 Main Street. Just wanted to give you a call, see how that process has been going for you.
Well, it's going. You're not a realtor, are you?
Oh, no, no, no. You don't like realtors?
I I'm not a big fan of any kind of regulation. So I'm just wondering if you're a realtor or not. I'd rather
No,
just deal
we-
with you man to man.
Yep. No, don't like realtors myself. Got to work with them, but not one. So,
Did we find out?
anyways, can you catch me up to speed? So, how's the sales process been going for you? Where are you at in that right now?
Well, I mean, I've made a ton of improvements to the property, and I've put in this nice lawn, and then there's a pool. I put up this great privacy fence. It's an 8-footer. I did it myself. And I put in this great sod in the front yard, and there's a lot of great stuff with this house. I painted the exterior bright blue.
Interesting color choice. I like blue.
Yeah, I like it too. It's my favorite color, and so I thought I'd paint my house that color.
Well, you sound like a very active person, liking to do projects around your house. What's even got you thinking about selling?
Well, I did a lot of projects here, and I'm ready to do some more projects, and just tired of not being able to get some projects done. So it's time to do more projects.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, you definitely sound like a motivated person. So you're looking to sell the property and move on. I mean, are you looking to stay local in the area? Are you moving out of town? What are you looking for? Like a fixer house to really go nuts with and turn all your creative juices loose?
I'm probably gonna move out to the country.
Oh, that's cool. Whereabouts?
Just some place where I can get some land, and yeah.
So when you say you're looking for land, is that going to be, are you looking just for land itself and you're going to like build a house from scratch, or are you going to try to look for something maybe like a fixer that's on a little chunk of property?
I'm not really sure yet. I just not a place with a bunch of neighbors.
Oh, you don't like neighbors. Me neither. Gotcha. Okay. So, I mean, if we could maybe come to some kind of numbers that might work for you. What do you think your timeline would look like to actually, maybe take that next step and move forward?
I gotta find the next place, and we can do something man to man. It's just, I gotta find the next place.
Gotcha. Okay. If I can, actually, I'm part of a larger network of people, and we do a lot of transactions every year. We talk to a lot of people like yourself, and maybe I could help facilitate that. Maybe that'd be something you might be interested in.
As a network of people sounds interesting. I don't really know what you mean by that. So that's an interesting.
Well, I'm reaching out to you. I'm a house buyer, so I just have a bunch of other partners that I work with that, again, we do talk to a lot of people like yourself, and there's a lot of opportunities out there. So you never know. You mentioned not wanting to work with a real estate agent. So, potentially maybe there's an opportunity that, I may come across something once I maybe learn a little bit more what you're looking to get, and maybe more of a specific location. Something we could talk about later. But anyways, you've done a lot of great things around the house. Sounds like a fantastic house. Kind of surprised you want to move because you've done all that work and you got it looking like you want, but you sound like you like to stay busy and active, and you're looking for more projects, I totally get that. With all the, all the stuff that you've done to the property, if you were to like rate your property, like on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being like a fully renovated retail ready property with, fresh paint, carpet, etc. What would you rate your property?
It would be 100.
Oh, wow. Fantastic. Fantastic. Okay. If, did you have any kind of timeline that you were maybe looking to, take that next step?
Like I said, I got to find the land and it's just me and, my toys on the property. I gotta have enough space to move all those out too. So.
Gotcha. What kind of toys you got?
Camper and some 4-wheelers, boat, all that good stuff. It's all on the property right now. So.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, cool. I mean, at the end of the day, I'd love to try to help you find that next spot. So with the property itself, again, it sounds like you've done some fantastic work to the property. Did you have any kind of price in mind that you were looking to get?
I mean, I'm negotiable on that. I think it's, worth $1 million for all the work I've done to it, but I'm negotiable on that. Maybe I think the neighbors' houses are selling more in the 300 range. So.
Oh, okay. So you thinking the local houses that are in your area that are similar to yours are kind of in that $300,000 price point is what you're saying?
Yeah,
that they don't have the improvements like the fence.
And that is time, ladies and gentlemen, that's time. Very interesting. I want to do something different. Guys, judges, write down your scores. Save it somewhere. Remember your feedback. Take any primary notes. Here's what I want to do. I want somebody else to take on this call. And I want to see if someone, without any other information, without any feedback, can do something different with this one. Right? Who do we have? We got Giovanna that could do it. We got a couple, some people in here that could do it that weren't judges. That we're talking about role playing. So let's do that. So judges, save your scores, take a couple notes for feedback. We'll let somebody else do this. You'll take same judges. You guys will judge that person as well. Separate your notes because I want to give appropriate and fair feedback to each person. But I want to see if we could tackle this one with a different outcome. Okay, you're really good at doing this on the fly. You get these like 1 second in advance.
Fine.
She missed her calling.
Ready to talk, man to man.
Man to man. Who wants to take on? Giovanna, how you feeling? You want to take it on?
I can try.
But do you want to try? That's the question.
This one was interesting. We'll see. I mean, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah?
Yeah,
right.
let's.
Rodolfo, Roddy G. You still here? He's not. He's out there doing something Colombian. Okay. All right. Let's run it back. Giovanna, we're going to see what you got.
Okay.
I just remember what I said.
Some variation of trying to keep it close.
Gotta find that personality again.
Now, before we officially get started, does anybody, the judges, do you guys have your scores ready? Are you good to go? All right, good. Not Bertha. I cannot hear you if you're talking, by the way.
Hi. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. What is going on, lady?
Oh my God, it's been such a long time. I'm so happy to be here. A lot has gone by, Doña Quijano. I miss you all.
Right? How have you been? What have you been doing?
I've been wonderful. Well, it's a long story, but I'm gonna make it short. A lot of family members from my husband passed, and he was taking a toll. He was going on depression. And I just, I said I need to pause for a bit with him and, take a pause to get things back together. And finally, we're getting back on track. And we were talking about it's either now or if not, we're not going to get to our goals where we want to be. So it's time to go back and get back on track and be on our feet and get everything back together. And here I am. Here I am.
That is amazing. Well, I'm sorry to hear that about your husband. That part's definitely not amazing. I'm sorry that you guys went through that. Is he doing okay now?
He's doing okay now. He's doing better now. So I'm so grateful for that. And he's back on track, and so am I. So we were just talking about it like almost a month ago. Like we need to get back on track and get everything together. And finally, he's better now. He's more recovered now, and he's doing much better. He's gonna go for his license already. So it's gonna be probably next month or on December to get his real estate license already. So that, he's putting that together too. So I'm happy for that.
Very cool. Well, I am excited for you, excited to see you. So what are your plans? Just get back in the saddle and get back into talking to people?
Yes, that is my goal. I have so many fears because I paused. So, when you're not consistent, you lose a lot of information, muscle memory, and all the good stuff. All the good stuff. So, yeah, that's my goal to go back.
Okay. Well, I'm here. Happy to help any way I can. So don't hesitate to reach out. If you need anything, if I can help you kind of get yourself recalibrated, or whatever the case may be, right? A lot of the people that are in here now are part of my sales coaching community. And so, we got some really, really cool people here, really good people here. So any of us, right? If we can do something to help you, I think anybody would be happy to work with you, do deals with you, all of the things. So please do not hesitate to ask.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm going to start calling sellers by tomorrow. So I'm getting all my things back on track. And tomorrow I'm going to start calling, sellers and to bring value to their lives. That's priority. That's the most important. And I was listening to you earlier, but I was unable to log in. I was watching it to YouTube. And then I said, there's a way I need to figure it out. And then my husband told me, so I said, I'm going to go for it.
I like it. Let's go. What market are you going to be calling?
So my husband and I were thinking to call expired listings.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to go that route and to see how it goes. And I'm going to stick to that plan because I was from one to another and I know that's not good. So now I'm just going to stick to that and be consistent on that.
Do you know what market you want to be calling? Like what area?
So we're thinking about probably Texas. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But we're probably going to stay back to where we were at one point in Texas.
Okay.
And then I'm going to see how that goes. Maybe
Awesome.
Texas and Arizona is going to be our markets. So we're going to try to hit that route again, see how it goes.
Bertha,
Okay.
I'm in both of those markets. I live in Southern Arizona, so I'm going to put my phone number for you in the chat and connect.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Awesome. Okay, this lady just called me twice. Let's call her before we do this next round. Giovanna, get ready. You're going next. Let me call this lady. Rodolfo, Roddy G. Poppy. Let me call him. Oh, there he
What's
is.
up?
Amorcito, ¿dónde está?
Dímelo.
All right, hit me with the update because this lady just called me twice, so I want to call her.
So I mean, from what I'm seeing, she's on the deed.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like she's on the deed. It looks like her property is gonna be auctioned off on the 20th of November. So, I think that there is no other way but to reverse flip this thing. Offer her because what it looks like, she's gonna walk away with zero. So offer her like, I don't know, 5 or a little bit less because the price points are low. And if she goes for it, then just send we will have to get a POA, a specific POA, which is only related to the property. It's not like we're gonna be able to auction off her property or anything, do anything else. And the deed, have her sign the deed. We'll let her know that we'll pay her on the back end. Send the
So the
notary.
way wait, hold on. What's the order that I need to do this? Am I telling her what we're doing and then she's waiting for the notary? And the notary's bringing all that paperwork?
Yeah, so we pitch it to her being like, look, the best option for you right now, it cannot get any worse. Your property is gonna get auctioned off in in about a month. Okay, you gotta act fast. There is no way in which you can save this property unless someone is gonna buy that property for themselves. You know what I mean? So just letting her know, like, look, we can buy your deed for this amount of money. Okay, we'll deal and we'll mediate with the lender. Okay, we'll take care of that for you. Okay, we'll negotiate the pre-foreclosure and we'll settle everything. We'll buy the deed. We'll pay you on the back end. If she says that she would agree, then you say like, look, we're gonna need a specific power of attorney. Okay, we'll send the mobile notary your way so that you can sign the deed and the power of attorney. And then once we get the documents, we'll submit that to Will. And then he'll get on the way. Now, the person that has the lead, they have to understand that, like I told you last time with the St. Pete property, you know, that's a JV and it's a 50-50 JV. So whatever 50% is on this side, it will have to be divided amongst wherever is involved.
Yeah, so we'll have to figure all that out. I'm assuming all the contracts and the paperwork are signed under his companies, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, Caroline was already here. She already gave the green light for that. So, you know, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. So basically what I'm telling her is we're going to try to get a mobile notary out to her tomorrow and I'll explain the rest. We can't do anything today until that notary goes out there.
Right.
All right, let me call her. Let's see what happens. Can you guys hear it? I bet.
Hello.
Hey, Marla, this is Daniel. Looks like you just tried to call.
Yeah, I actually hit your number instead of another one, but that's okay. Sorry about that.
No, you're totally fine. Is everything okay?
Yeah, everything's fine. I was just trying to delete a few of the numbers that were, you know, on my phone, and I accidentally hit yours, and I didn't want to, you know, delete it from my call, you know, items. So there was an accident. I'm sorry.
No, you're totally fine. So talk me through this. We have some updates for you. You had mentioned that you would talk to yeah. So this is the perfect timing anyways. You mentioned you talked to some other people. What were they saying?
They actually called me. They're actually just interested in, you know, the property. So, but they didn't ask me a whole lot of questions. They just wanted to know if the property was for sale. And I said, I basically told them that I haven't made up my mind yet because I just want to see if you and I are going to work out. So
that makes sense.
You know.
Okay. So I have the updates. We did a lot of research. Whole team has been working on this thing for the last hour or so, and we have all of the we have the information for you. But I'm gonna have a really, really honest and transparent conversation with you. Are you okay with that?
Oh yeah, that's what I hope to.
Okay, perfect. So I'm gonna start with the bad news first, and then I'm gonna get to the good news. Is that okay?
Okay.
All right. Bad news number one. Your property already has an auction date scheduled. Did you know that?
No.
Yep, they already have the date scheduled for next month. So if this is not resolved by then unfortunately, what's that?
What is the date?
I think November 14th, 17th, something like that.
Yeah, how come they haven't told me?
No, unfortunately, it does not. I hear this all the time. People don't know, but we have resources you can look online. You can go to the county records, and the county records show this. When they do this, they have to file it officially.
Oh, so that's why
filed.
people are calling me.
That's exactly why, because they see the auction date and they're going to start making you a bunch of promises because they want to get things worked out. And so this is where it gets into crunch time for you, which is why I'm saying I want to have a really honest conversation with you.
Yeah.
Okay. So knowing that it's okay. I just looked. It's notice of trustee sale, November 20th is the date. So if you're not out of there by then, or this problem is not resolved, the sheriff would be knocking on your door telling you to step outside. That's what that means.
Yeah, me and my sister were just talking about that.
Okay. And we definitely don't want that, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So that's bad news number one. Here's another not so great news, right? I'm getting better as I go, and then we'll get to the good news, okay?
Okay.
The other not so great news is the fact that, simply put, you owe too much on this property for it to be a deal for pretty much any investor. I don't know of any investor that would do a deal like what we call a cash deal, because, and I'll just give you the numbers. In order for this to be a cash deal, a cash buyer would need to be right around $125,000. Well, that doesn't work.
Wow.
Because you need to pay more than that. So that's just not an option for you. Right? So what's going to happen is if, like, hypothetically, let's say you talk to 100 people, I'm going to tell you, right? Because I probably know 50 of them. Out of those 100 people, this is what they're going to tell you. They're going to tell you, oh, okay, I can give you 125. That's the one thing they're going to tell you. Or they're going to tell you, oh, I can probably give you 180, maybe 190. And then they're going to do it. And then a week before the auction, they're going to tell you they changed their mind. And now you're in a bad situation.
Yeah.
Right? That's the other unfortunate part, right? So this is why we took so long to try to see what our options are, because as I told you the first time we spoke, I want to help, right? That's why I got in this business. I don't want you to be in this situation. If you were my mom or my family member, I would want to do everything I can to help you. So that's why we were working. So now we get to the good part. We can't do a cash offer, but we do have a solution.
Okay.
It's a solution that works. It's a little bit untraditional for people who don't work in real estate, but it is something that works. I'm working with a team that does this every single day. This is how they run their business. Okay. Here's how this works. Essentially, what we would do is I'll just give you the name. We call it like a reverse flip. That word doesn't mean anything to you. That's just what we call it. That's pretty much, there's no reason to remember that name. But essentially what we would be doing is you would essentially sign the deed over to us, right? We would get a mobile notary to come out to your house probably tomorrow, if we could get one scheduled in time, so that we were not wasting any time. Because right now, 30 days goes by really fast, Marla. So like the timing is time is of the essence. So essentially we would go, if we did this, we would get off the phone, we would sign, go and hire a mobile notary. We would pay them to come out to you. They're going to come out and they're going to sign a couple of documents. One of them is going to be called a specific power of attorney. What that power of attorney does is it gives us the authority to negotiate with the bank on your behalf and stop the auction. Okay?
Okay.
The second thing that they're going to be giving you is essentially it's a signing over of the deed, right? So we would be taking ownership of the property. And in order for that transaction to take place, we would need the specific power of attorney. And the goal would be this. I'm going to explain to you what the goal is so that way you understand. The process for us to do all of the things that we're going to do on our side takes 30 to 45 days, sometimes more. Right?
Okay.
You don't have that much time. That's why we need to have the paperwork signed by the mobile notary so we can stop the auction, get them to negotiate with us. We negotiate everything on the behalf of you with the bank. What does this mean for you? Well, on your side, I'm going to tell you your side, and then I'm going to tell you our side. What's happening on both sides, okay?
Okay.
So on your side, it's really, really simple. On your side, tomorrow, if you say, you know what, Daniel, I like this. I'm good with this. Let's just move forward. I'm ready to move on to the next chapter. Okay. What happens is your side is you say, okay, you hang up the phone, you call your sister, you start making arrangements to move over there with her. Tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what we're already doing.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Tomorrow or the next day, whenever we can get it scheduled, you would meet with the mobile notary, you would sign over the paperwork, and then you continue moving because your goal is to get yourself taken care of and get out of there so you don't have any things to worry about. That is your primary goal. That's it. Every once in a while, we may need to reach out for a couple questions here and there. We may not, but it should be pretty simple. And that's pretty much it. From your side, that's all you got to do. You work with your sister, you go do what you're doing anyways, you sign the paperwork with the mobile notary, and then you just be available if we happen to have any questions. Okay. That's your job, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Our job is this. We're going to hire the mobile notary once we get off the phone. If you decide to say yes, we're going to get them to go out there. Once that starts, our team is going to go to fight with the bank, right? Now, it's not really a fight because we do this. We have a team of attorneys. This is what we do. We'll work with the bank. They're going to say, well, what's going on? Because if you already tried to do this and the bank told you no, right?
Oh, you mean the mortgage company?
Correct. That's what we mean when I say the bank, the mortgage company. Correct. So the mortgage company already told you no. Well, why would they tell us yes? Because they're going to say, well, what has changed that we should say yes? And then we're going to show them those documents that you sign with the mobile notary. They're going to say, oh, okay, I see what's changed. You guys are purchasing the property from her. And now they're going to be willing to work with us. They'll stop the auction. We'll go through the process. We'll get everything taken care of. That takes about 30 to 45 days for that to get done. But by then, you're already possibly moved on, right? You're probably out there with your sister. You're not worrying about it. Once that's all done, we'll do our part. We'll fix up the house. We'll put money into it. We'll do all the things. We'll get it sold. At that point, you're good to go. And you're able to move on with your life. You don't have to worry about the foreclosure. You don't have to worry about any of those types of things.
Do I pay them off or do you pay them off?
We will handle all of that. That all happens on our side through escrow.
Yeah, because that's what I was stressing about.
Yeah. That's it.
Okay.
Unfortunately, with this one, there's just not a scenario where we can put this big lump of money in your pocket to help you with whatever it was that you were looking for help with. Because as I explained at the beginning, the money's just not there. Right?
Okay.
What's owed is too much. And the reason why I'm explaining it to you this way, Marla, is what I don't want is someone to make you a promise that they can't keep. I hear horror stories about that all the time. There's a lot of great people in this industry, but unfortunately, there's some unexperienced people who like to overpromise. And then when they can't keep that promise, who gets left holding the bag? It's people like you. And I don't want that to happen to you. So I would rather tell you a bad truth than a really, really good lie that bites you in the butt 30 days from now. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I appreciate that.
Sure. So what do you think about all of this? Does this work for you? Are you okay with this? Give me your thoughts so we know if we need to start making decisions on our side.
Well, I mean, it sounds really good, but as far as money and numbers, what are we talking?
That's the thing. What we're talking about is around 175 plus whatever the arrears are to the bank. So what we're doing is the money that we're spending is the money that it's going to take to make the foreclosure go away and pay the bank off.
Okay. So I wouldn't get any cash at all?
Unfortunately, there's just not a lot of money there. What I can try to do is I can try to see if we can just put some cash in your pocket, kind of out of our pocket, right? But that we're talking about, and I'm just being honest with you, Marla, I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. We're talking about a couple $1,000, maybe $5,000 max. And to be clear, that's just coming out of our pocket. That's not coming out of the deal because there is no money in the deal. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So that's what we would be doing. But because of the fact that we have to go through this whole process, we have to fight with the bank, we have to do all these things, you would be seeing that money after everything is closed, which is a couple months down the road. It has to clear escrow. We have to do all the things with the bank. So we could see about putting some cash in your pocket, even if it's just to help towards moving expenses. If I can do that, I would love to.
Yeah, that's what that part right there is what I'm concerned about.
Yeah. I would be happy to do that, but I honestly think, Marla, we're at the top end, maybe up to $5,000. Now, that's not nothing. That should help you get moved, but unfortunately, it's just not what I was hoping.
Yeah, well, that would help. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if I was moving across town, I would say, hey, that all works, but I'm going to be moving 4 hours away, and I'm hiring, people to help me move. So
So let me ask you this. If I can get the team to agree to just come with the $5,000, would that help? Would that make you comfortable with this? So that way, at least you'll get the 5,000. It'll happen. That'll come after everything closes, but at least you'll be able to know that you have that money coming, no matter what happens. That's the agreement that you'll have with this.
Yeah, I mean, as long as I'm getting, some help that'll put me, back, that I'm gonna have to pay these people with, because I still have to put, all of my stuff in, storage.
Yeah.
Because, there's, well, a lot of things, but, so, yeah, there's, it's sounding pretty good. I mean, I've trusted you, from the beginning, and I know I wasn't, after all this, they're literally just making me crazy,
Yeah.
and I go to find out when I opened up my mail, this morning, that was yesterday's mail. There was a paper in there saying that that's why I gotta get away from these people. They've already raised my mortgage amount from the 1,100 that they stuck me with at the beginning of the year. Now it's up to 1,430, I think, or something.
Holy
I can't
crap.
pay that, Daniel. I can't.
Oh my
So they're
gosh.
making it completely impossible for me, and yet they were the ones that was going to help me the most, they said, so yeah, they don't want to help me. They want to help me put me in the ground.
Well, let's make sure that, it's tough, right? Because when you're dealing with these situations, unfortunately, the bank is not always your friend. The bank is the bank's
Yeah.
friend. And so what
Right.
happens is there's so many scenarios where I try to work with sellers that are in your position, and there's some times where the situation is just too far gone and there's not much I can do. There's other times where
Yeah.
they just are not realistic and they're not listening, and they're just set that someone's going to magically come and buy their house for $1 million in the next week. And unfortunately, I talked to them after the sheriffs come to their house and they're asking for solutions. And it's just like, why didn't you work with us when we had time? And that's why I'm
Yeah.
excited that you called. I'm so excited that you called now, because this gives us a window. We have time. It's tight. We're right before it starts getting to
Yeah.
the pressure zone, but we're not there yet. We're a couple of days away from that. So if we can get things going, well, you're able to just move on with your life and not stress about it. And we do this every day. So you're, at least you have that peace of mind.
Yeah. Yeah. I understand. So,
Okay.
okay.
What are you thinking? What's the next step?
Is it okay if I call my sister and talk to her and then I can get back to you?
Sure. Do you want to just talk to her on three-way? I'm happy to explain. What I just explained is a lot of information. I'm happy to explain it to her directly.
Yeah,
and answer any
I don't
questions.
know how to do that, but that would be good too. She would probably like that.
Okay.
I would like for her to be involved because she's the one that's helping me through. So how would that work?
Let me do
Yeah,
this.
the
I would
three-way
have
call.
to, let me just add a call. Do you want to just tell me her phone number?
Yeah, I would have to look it up. This is a new phone and I I haven't figured it all out and everything. So I
Okay.
can,
No. Go ahead. Va bene. Let's look it up and let's see if you can find it. And I'll just dial her real quickly while we're on the line.
yeah, I tried to call her, about 20, 30 minutes ago and she didn't pick up. So, she might be, I don't know if she's at the doctor or not. She just had surgery on her shoulder, so I don't know if she was going to the doctor today and I forgot that, or, there's so much going on. I mean, today, when I woke up or got woke up by the phone, it was, all of a sudden, I'm at the point where I called her and I said, I have to move. Can you help me? And she has this single wide trailer that is on her property, and she's going to let me stay there until I could buy something of my own.
Very nice. That's awesome. I'm super
Yeah.
excited about that.
Yeah.
And you're around
So,
family, right? You're not out there 3 hours away by yourself.
Yeah. Oh, no, I wouldn't do that. You know, so, yeah, let me see how to figure out, trying to find my reading. Oh, there they are, my reading glasses here. Okay, let me see how to, okay. So how do I go from my screen to my, to another screen? Do you know?
It would depend on the time. What kind of phone do you have?
It's not an iPhone.
Okay. Is there like a little box in the middle at the bottom, like a little square or a circle or something?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You know what? And I did that the other day. You're perfect. Thank you. Okay, context. Okay, got a pen?
Okay, give me
This
one
is her
second.
number. Let's try it.
Okay, give me 1 second and let me just try to call her real quickly.
Okay.
And what is her name?
Renee.
Renee. Give me 1 second.
Hello, you've reached Renee Kate Platform, but I'm so busy I don't know if I found a rope or lost my horse. Please leave a brief message along with your phone number. I'll get back to you as soon as possible, and God bless. Have a great day.
We did not get your message either because you were not speaking or because of a bad connection. To disconnect, press 1 to record your message.
Okay. I'm going to try it one more. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I like her horse voicemail.
Oh yeah, she's got a ranch and she has horses, you know, her whole life. So, yep. So that's another reason why it's, you know, it's really nice out there. So.
Yeah, I mean, I feel
She's
like
got chickens and she's got 3 dogs and, you know,
yeah.
doesn't have time to be bored.
I'm trying her one more time.
Okay.
Hello, you've reached Renee Kate Hathorn, but
Yeah.
I'm so busy I don't know if I found a rope or lost my horse. Please brief message along with your phone number. I'll get back.
Okay, we did not catch her. I can try her again in a little bit. You can try her.
Yeah, she might be at the doctor. She just had surgery about a week ago on her shoulder. So I think she was going to the doctor this afternoon.
Okay.
You know, or she was taking her husband to the doctor, one of the two. So
Okay.
so we can do that.
Okay, so let me know what you're thinking. I guess it sounds like you're gonna wait to see what she says before you make a final decision.
No, I'm sort of okay with it, but I want to see what you know, she thinks about you know, if she still, you know, wants to you know, help me out and that this is, you know, I want her to be part of it is what I'm trying to say. She goes, well, don't just, you know, take the first person that you talk to and make sure you understand what they're telling you know, and stuff like that. That's why if I'm like ready to make a deal with somebody, I want her to know what's happening.
No, that
So
makes
if I'm ready, yeah. So if I'm ready, I want her to understand, you know, exactly what you just said to me.
of course. No, that makes perfect sense. Give me 1 second. Is this, let me see. I don't know if someone's calling in. No? Did I do this right? Hello? I don't know. Sorry, I'm not used to this phone system that I'm using. So,
Yeah, it's okay.
I think it's making a noise. I'm not sure what's happening. It looks like, give it a second. Is this,
Hello, you've reached Renee Kate Hathorn. But
no. Okay.
I'm so busy, I don't
Okay.
like
Yeah. So I think we got it hung up. Okay. So yeah, I totally get that. And I'm totally fine with that. The only question that I would have is it's 3:00 out there right now.
Oh, yeah, it is. Uh-huh.
Yeah. And what I don't want to do is wait till tomorrow to schedule the notary because then we risk putting it toward next week. And I don't want to lose that many days.
Okay.
Because here's the thing, the bank doesn't care about weekends. You see,
Yeah,
what I
that's
mean?
true.
Like that time is still going to cut off, but mobile notaries may not work weekends. And so now we've just lost 4 days. And I promise you in situations like this, 4 days makes a huge difference. We've stopped, I've stopped auctions within an hour of time sometimes because seconds matter. But the last thing you want to do is put yourself into that position, right? Because you're
So
risking.
how did you, where did you go to find out about an auction date? Because I haven't even gotten any papers. Why wouldn't they have sent me something?
I don't know, to be honest with you. It's possible that it may be in the mail in their processes and you might get it in a week or two. That's very possible. This is what we do for a living, right? So we know how to find any public record and available data online. So I can send you a picture of the auction date from the online record, right? I could text you that picture. I don't know.
Oh, no, that's okay. I trust you.
Yeah.
I was just like going, now that's why I'm getting so many calls, you know, but I haven't really, you know, you're the first person that, your girl there. And I told her, I said, if I decide to sell at all, and when I first talked to her, that was totally the last thing that I was going to do. And then my sister and I, you know, started talking and I'm going, you know, and then I found out that they, raised, I mean, they weren't trying to help me. They turned around and raised my mortgage, you know. So, you know, I got to get out no matter, you know, no matter what.
Unfortunate they didn't tell you, and sometimes the bank doesn't know either, but they filed the recording date. So what happens is when they make this decision, they have to record it with the county. And record it with the county just means file it with the county, right? That's just the word they use is record. And so
yeah, this is blowing my mind that they're doing all this. Because when my husband died, he made all of the payments, and he's the one that I was still trying to find out if I'm still because see, his name is on, you know, this you know, paperwork and everything. My name's not even listed anywhere on this property as far as that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Yeah, I'm still legally responsible, you know, for the mortgage, even though he died, because the paperwork said, you know, that I have, it's in the back of the house, but, and it says that, Francis John Heyman, he went by John, you know, a, married, but, soul something or other, I'll get it. And it basically is saying that he is the one that is responsible, you know, for paying the loan, you know, and paying it off or whatever. My name is not even listed on there, but now all of a sudden, I'm the one that's responsible for it. Once they send me all these papers,
Yeah, and when we
certified
look,
letters.
you were
and
on the paperwork.
I am.
Yep, on both, on the
Wow.
mortgage and on the deed.
Huh.
Yep.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, very,
Because
very.
I never was before. That's
Um,
weird.
Yeah, it's super interesting, honestly, Marla. This is the unfortunate part. This is kind of why I like what we do, because people in your position, you have no reason to understand all this. Like, why should I? I mean, let's just be honest. I'm a stranger. Why do I know more about what's going on with your situation than you do?
Yeah.
Right? And this is the problem with the system, the way it's set up. But the benefit is if you meet the right people, we can help you beat the system. That's the goal.
Mhm. Mhm.
Because even though you don't know what's going on, there are people who do. And that's why we're doing this business, right? That's why I'm having this conversation with you. The cool thing is about this one, unfortunately, not all of these conversations go this way. Sometimes I don't have great news for people. The cool thing for you in your
Right.
situation is that you actually have a solution here. And honestly, I don't know that there's a better solution out here than the one that we're offering. And to be honest with you, I know,
Yeah.
and I'm not exaggerating when I tell you this at all. I know thousands of real estate investors. That's not an exaggeration. I can count on
Yeah.
I can count on one hand how many people are familiar with the strategy and know how to do the strategy that I'm offering to you.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm a little bit familiar, with things because of how many times family members, have moved. I've only had like 3 places, here in Ridgecrest that I've lived. So it's really scary to go through this at 65 and or 66 and just all of a sudden this boom, you have to move. She might be meeting somebody right now about a I forgot what it's called, but you can buy them and then put them on your property and then you can put all your stuff in it. I forgot what they're called.
Like a pot.
Yeah, something like that. And that would be really good because as of right now, we don't even have anybody to help us move or anything. It's like this just opened up and poured rain all over me, but we're, the first step was me accepting the fact that, I either have to use the money that I got for, from my husband's, death, which I'm still, it might be a, few years that, he's died, but I'm still not over losing him,
course
which
not.
is, power of the, and so it's like, I don't know. I've been really emotional this afternoon, because it's a really, really big deal. Because I've lived in Ridgecrest since I was 5 years old.
Oh my gosh.
My parents, were from Santa Maria, California. So, which is, quite a ways away. But this is where I, raised my son and had everything. And I actually called and talked to him. He gets off at 6 in the morning.
Oh, wow.
And, he works at, Denny's. He's, the major cook there. And he works from 10 at night to 6 in the morning, but I did talk to him a little bit and he said, he goes, are you sure that, him and I aren't on the greatest of, terms, but I want him to be able to, have an opinion one way or the other. And I don't know why that should matter, but, he said that he thinks it would be good for me so that I can be around other people and stuff. And that's the whole reason why I thought about doing it. I can go and pay, or send these people a check, because when my husband died, I had no idea where any of the paperwork was or what I had to do when John died. And so it took me several months to put together, everything, that he was doing for the house. And they didn't treat me then as bad as they are now. I mean, and they're still the same company.
Yeah.
So I just don't understand why they're, pushing so hard, to get rid of me,
Yeah, it's really
and
unfortunate.
take my property. I just don't get it. Because I missed like 6, 7, in a row, because, I mean, it was a rough time, and then I got, familiar with, the property and how, he was paying it and everything. But it just, I mean, as much as I loved him, right now I'm so mad at him, because of putting me in this situation. It's not like I want to go, but I know that there's, I mean, it's the second part of my life, I guess. So,
Yeah. Well, I think the
so.
question that, I mean, I love that, you're being a good mom, you're listening to the people that are around you, and you're going through this. At the end of the day, you're the one
Yeah.
walking through this. And even though it feels lonely, obviously you're not alone, which I think is a blessing. I guess my question to you is really, at the end of the day, if you could snap your finger right now and make all of this go away and you could stay in this house. Okay, let's just say that was an option. There was a way for you to stay in this house and be able to afford staying there. Knowing what you know now, knowing what you've talked about with your sister, if you could stay and you could afford it, the question is, would you even want to? Or is it better for you to be around family and start the next chapter?
Well, at this point in everything, the second part of wanting to sell the house is the fact that, I mean, I'm just so lonely and bored and everything. I mean, here I am, fairly, young at heart. I mean, the only health problem I really have is diabetes, but that can be controlled,
Yep.
So, it's like I'm just, I feel like I'm getting, older and sick and sicker, just staying here, not having any communication. Nobody wants to talk to me. There's not enough in Ridgecrest for anybody to do anything. And my sister was telling me about all this stuff that her church is doing, and I'm going, that's what I wish I could do, so, yeah.
You want my opinion, Marla?
Yeah, go ahead.
If my opinion, based on what you're telling me, and it's just my opinion, you can take it with a grain of salt. Forget the house, right? There's something bigger waiting for you, and it's just the next chapter. It's your family, it's your loved ones, it's being around community, right? I think that the best, what it sounds like to me from what you've told me, is the best thing that can happen to you right now isn't a way to save the house. It's a way to get out from underneath the house and go somewhere where there's horses and people you care about, and a church you can get involved with, and a life that you're excited to wake up to every day.
Yeah, I mean, people to talk to, get involved in a family-based church, which, that means a lot to me that I haven't been able to do here, and just begin to meet people and have, I don't drive because of that, because of an accident that I had 13 years ago that, now I'm scared to drive and stuff, but, that can all change too. So, so did you want to try Renee one more time?
Let's do it.
And then then we'll go and, I was going to give you some other information, but, dial her and see if she picks up.
Giving it a shot.
Hello, you've reached Renee Kate Hathorn, but I'm so busy I don't know if I found a rope or lost my horse.
I can't believe she's not picking up for anybody.
It's because she lost her horse. That's what I'm going with.
Yep, that's it. She's been under a lot of financial and just, really upsetting things too, you know, not being able to, you know, keep her horses and everything, you know. Things have been, you know, tough for all of us. So, the only thing that's gonna be hard for me is my mom at 90, you know, leaving her here. But my son lives with her, so I think that that's okay, you know. So I wouldn't have to worry too much there, you know. So yeah, go ahead.
No. You said you were going to say something.
No, I was gonna say something, but then I forgot what I was gonna say. So
Okay. So here's what I think we should do. Let me talk to the team. We usually don't like
Okay.
to spend money unless we know we're for sure. But it sounds like this is still kind of the best option for you. It's not really just you're
Mhm.
asking permission. You're just letting her know the decision that you're making. So what do you think I should do? Should we risk waiting until next week to get this started? Or should I just call the mobile notary and hire them today? I'll have to pay for it. So that way we can try to get them out there tomorrow. So that way we know that you can go into the weekend knowing this is taken care of.
well, there's a company and a lady that I'm friends with. I used to be the bowling coordinator for the entire bowling center that we had, but now it's was sold and there's not even anybody there. And use a company by the name of SAS, SASS.
Okay.
I don't have their number, but we can probably get it. They're good, and there's a woman there. Let me think of her name. She's the one that actually signed us into this house, and she's also the one that came over and did this mortgage with John. And I'm trying to think. Oh, her name is Janice, Janice, and her last name is Butteroff. It's BOTT. I think it's EROFS, but it's close to the same thing. And I trust her. She's good, and she would be. And I can actually go to her office because I've already started, digging things, out, and I've already made a mess here. So, but yeah, I could go down there tomorrow if I needed to, but I need to find out if she, we have a thing here in, Ridgecrest, and it's called, and I don't think it is, but it's, Flex Fridays. And, because chain link fence only separates us from the base, the Navy base. We're the largest Navy base as far as land-wise,
Okay.
and so it's a testing facility that they have here. So probably 75% of Ridgecrest works on the base. So,
Interesting. I was in the Navy a long time ago. So, I had never heard of that base.
oh, really? Yeah, it's called, it's actually in China Lake. So China Lake would be your base. And then all it is a great big, chain link fence that separates China Lake from Ridgecrest. So it's it used to be when I worked there, it was Naval Weapons Center, China Lake Naval Weapons Center, but it's got a different name now. But my husband worked there. Almost everybody works on the base. So that's where we all go to,
Oh, wow.
work. So,
Okay.
yeah. So all the civilians works on the base, and only, there's only, I don't even know the ratio, but they have the military, over there, but the rest of, the base is all, people that live in Ridgecrest. We come and fill up the rest. I worked on the base for, 12 years of my life before I had my son.
Oh, wow.
So. Okay, yeah, so, you might want to call them and see if you can even get anybody for tomorrow, because if it's a flex Friday, you won't be able to get anybody.
Okay. So then here's what I'm going to do. We're going to get the process started today. As soon as I hang up with you, I will try to get this process started, and we can try to see if we can get someone scheduled for tomorrow. We're already going to start the paperwork and get everything going so we don't lose time.
Yeah.
Just because we want to respect the time. Obviously, I'll still talk to your sister and explain to her what we're doing. But it sounds like we're ready to move forward and get this thing taken care of for you.
Yeah, I wanna do it.
I'm excited. I'm really, really excited that we're able to get this thing off your back and help you move forward into the next chapter.
Yeah, I'm really feeling good about it, because I just don't think that anybody else would be as honest as you have been with me today. You know, I don't know why I feel that, but I just do. You know, maybe it's all the prayers I've been, asking God for the last 3 weeks, but, I don't know, ever since, how does she say her name again? Iona?
Ilona.
Oh, yeah. Ever since her and I talked and everything, and then, yourself, it's just been calming for me. So, I think that this is what we need to do.
Well, I appreciate that a lot. It means more than you know. And I'm excited to help you with this. If you get a hold of your sister, or you want me to hop on a call, or whatever the case may be, feel free to shoot me a call. Happy to do that. And I will also get the process started and let you know what we get things scheduled for. Let's say they're available tomorrow at any point. Do you have any time that doesn't work for you or that works better for you?
A different time. I'm pretty much, available. Early mornings are sort of hard for me. But any other time is, if you get a hold of, Janice, I can, get a ride down there and meet with her.
Okay.
And get it all done.
Okay. We will get that. We will get that.
How would she get the documents though?
So the way we do it is,
she's somebody that I trust.
Yeah, so if she is somebody that can do this, we'll happily work with her if it's somebody that you know. But essentially a mobile notary, whether it's Janice or anybody else, is someone who is a legal notary. They have the certificate to be able to notarize documents, right? Yep. And so what happens, mobile notaries basically come to you. We email the documents to them. They print them out. They bring them to you. You sign them. They notarize it so that the documents are legally acceptable. And then they take them to the title company and open up escrow.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay. Perfect.
I think that's why she probably came here to the house when John was, doing the rest. I just, I think that whoever, ends up getting here, they're going to be really, really lucky, because just since John passed away, I have put, like I said, I have a brand new, different things, that I have paid for that are brand new, that a lot of other, houses of this age are, they're going to be lucky, because they're getting a brand new air conditioning. I just had the water heater, put in. So that's going to be good as when you go to resell it, but there's a few things, a house of this age is going to have to, have a paint for sure, and stuff like that. So.
Of course. Well, we're happy to do it. Okay. I'm excited. I will let you know as soon as I have updates on the times for the schedule. Let me know if you have any conversations or questions with your sister, and we will get the ball rolling.
Okay. Thanks.
Awesome.
It was good talking to you.
Likewise. You're awesome, Wally. Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. There we go. All right, Rodolfo. So where are we at?
So I'm filling out the quick claim deed. I'm trying to ask, because the one that I have is for Florida. So I'm trying to see what are the statutes for California, and I already have the limited power of attorney filled out. And yeah, man, I mean, we send that with the mobile notary. She signs it, sends it back to us, and then we'll get the ball rolling. I'll send that to Will.
Okay. You think we can get something scheduled for tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, so my question is, so how would do you guys want that to put that on my name, or how is this gonna work?
How do you guys normally do it? I mean, I feel like this sounds like it sounds to me like this is kind of just in their territory, right? Like now this is where they step handle things.
Yeah. The thing is that the quick claim deed has to be done either on my name or like that they get their team on board. Unless I can ask Will if he wants me to put it under his company so they can take over, quicker.
Why? So that's what I was asking earlier. If they put everything under their LLC.
I'm looking here on the group, and a lot of people are putting them under their LLCs. So they do the LLCs and they submit it to Will, and then their team works on the behalf of the LLC. But I can ask them right now which one is better.
Yeah, find out, and then we can figure it out. I'll see what Caroline wants to do. I mean, I can do it under mine. You can do it under yours. Caroline can do it. I don't really care, right? I just want to, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. I'll get to it right now.
Okay, perfect. And then I guess they'll schedule. I don't know who the mobile notaries are out there. This Janice lady is one that she knows, then that should be fine. But I didn't see her pulling up as a notary, so.
Okay. Yeah. Let me start dialing and getting more details.
Okay, bet. Let me know.
All right, bro.
All right, y'all. Anybody have thoughts on the call?
That was really good. She's essentially what I was trying to emulate yesterday with Jack. So I enjoyed hearing you handle a seller. It was very, very yellow.
Patiently and with compassion, and not like Jack. Basically,
I did not say that.
you definitely. It's okay. He called you an asshole yesterday, so I feel like if you take a shot today, right? I feel like that's fair. It's a fair shot. You hear that, Jack? Basically, Kate's advice to everybody is don't be Jack. We just get a thumbs up. That's it. We don't hear va bene. Yeah, I dropped the va bene. I dropped it. Jamarco, are you proud of me, bro? Did I do it okay? I even used it in context. I thought I was just gonna have to say it randomly for no reason, like how's the couch va bene, right? But I actually got to use it in an appropriate situation.
It's like let's do it tomorrow. You're like va bene. There you go. That's how it works.
Yes, I like that. I'm basically Italian now. Shout out to Italy. I'm getting my citizenship based off of this call. All right, dope. Anybody else got any thoughts on the call? Feedback, comments, complaints? No? All right, dope. Joel, what's going on, bro?
Yo, what's up, man?
How you been, dog?
Good, man. Just grinding, working every day.
Grinding, hustling.
I'm glad that you have this because I need help. I'm talking to a lot of different sellers, so it's like definitely need help, I just can't jump on the daily dodge just because of the time it starts, So
No, I got you. Yeah, no, a lot of the people here are in my sales coaching community. So we do this 3 times a week, but I've been doing some of the pitch battles and some fun stuff this week. I'm going to probably do it next week and just open it up for people. Obviously, I won't do it forever, but I just wanted to kind of open up, help some people out, do something fun. And then today we actually have been doing some seller calls just because we have a lot of follow-ups that we need to do. It looks like this one will probably be locked up by tomorrow. We're taking a different strategy, so it's not a traditional purchase and sale agreement. And then we have a couple other ones that we're working. So yeah, we're just doing a little bit of both today.
it's funny. I'm doing follow-ups right now too. It's just I don't know. I'm struggling with just objections. I'm calling foreclosure lists, and it's just like, where's the line between knowing like, are they BSing me when they say they take care of it? Do I take their words at face value? Do I believe it? Do I prod? Do I poke? That's where I'm uncomfortable, right? Just poking and prodding and being persistent and being pushy and being nosy and shit that goes against who you are, like as a person. Like that's not who I am. And that's where I'm struggling with, because it's like, okay, where's that fine line of like, okay, I believe this person. Okay, cool, I'll call you back, or put it in my head like I'll follow up with them in a week from now or whatever,
Yeah, the biggest problem with everything that you've just said, bro?
What's that?
You made it centered around you and what makes you feel comfortable. Okay. But when you're calling a seller, that shouldn't be your priority. It shouldn't be about what makes you feel comfortable. It should be about what makes them feel comfortable, no?
Yeah, I agree 100%.
That's the tough part, right? Especially you a strong dude, right? You a strong dude. You got your pride. You have your presence, right? You're not a weak guy. And what happens when strong people get into conversations, they see mirroring and adjusting and changing, right? Let's use the word changing because you're not necessarily changing, but let's use the word changing because it's the uncomfortable word, right? You're changing who you are for somebody else, and a person with pride don't want to do that. Why I got to do that? I'm gonna be me. You're gonna let me be me. You're gonna right? Now we got the problem. You just created a wall that you can't get through because you put it there.
Interesting. I never thought
Right?
about. Yeah, I don't even. Yeah.
And that's the difficult part, bro. It's always in our head, right? It's probably why Kate said what she said right there. Thank you, Kate, by the way. Because at the end of the day, it's always about asking the questions that nobody wants to ask. And usually we talk a lot about asking the questions to the sellers, but a lot of times the hard questions we got to ask ourselves because the problem's usually in here somewhere or in here somewhere with our emotions. And when you can get past that stuff, bro, the rest of it becomes like, oh shit, okay, this was actually a lot simpler than I thought. I just had to get over my pride.
Yeah, and I have a hard time like figuring it out, right? Because there's times where I just I don't have a problem asking the seller or anything, but I think it's just a match, right? Like I'll match up with that person over the phone, where it's just a click and click. I mean, I'm more open, they're more open, like we just receive each other. And some people aren't. You don't.
Yep.
Yeah, you don't interact with everybody the same way, So it's like I don't know how to deal with that. Do you just say fuck it onto the next one, or do you push every single call every time you connect with somebody? Like
Yeah, it's funny, man. Guys, how many times do we talk about this in our community calls, right? Like this is probably a one of the like regular topics that comes up. There's a handful of topics that just always come up. This is one of them, no? Right? Joel, you're not by yourself, bro. Literally, this is one of the big things that people deal with. It's just a factor. There's a couple of just consistent problems that'll always show up in sales. This is one of them. And I'm going to tell you right now. Now, just to be clear, I cannot answer this question fully for you right now. This is a longer question to answer. So hopefully you can hang around a little bit more over some different things that we're doing and I can really break this down because it's going to be something you don't just learn this, you break through this, right? You have to develop this. But what I'll tell you is there's two answers. Answer number one, respectfully, fuck it. I'm going to be me. And I'm just going to lose all the deals that don't vibe with me. That's an option. Right? But immediately inside, something just told you that's not it. Because am I willing to lose all those deals? Right? Am I right or am I wrong?
yeah, for sure.
Right? And so, but that's an option. I can't tell you that's not an option. Who am I to tell another grown person that you can't be this way? Because you can do that. And some people will. There are people who are in this business and in lots of other businesses who are going to say, I'm just going to be me. You're either going to like me or you're not. And that is a strategy. You just have to be willing to accept the consequences of those strategies and the amount of deals you're going to be walking away from. And that could be, depending on the person and the situation that you're refusing to change, it could be 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70% of your deals, right? But then what's the other option? The other option is learn how to evolve, right? Learn how to do a couple things. One, learn how to recognize who you're talking to. And then two, learn how to adjust to speak the language of that person while simultaneously not losing yourself, right? It's like if you went to Japan right now. Could you speak to people in Japan who don't speak English in English and then be surprised if they don't understand you?
How could you?
Of course not. But do you have to lose yourself to learn Japanese? No.
Yeah.
So the question is, how do you learn to speak other people's language without losing yourself? And this is why this is the foundation of everything we talk about. It's the foundation of what we talk about in this community, right? It's everything I try to communicate about this comes down to a couple things. Learn how to know yourself. Learn how to understand other people. Then use good and intentional communication to bridge the gap. It's just the formula, bro. That's the formula. The reason it starts with learn how to know yourself is because who you are will always show up. Your weaknesses, your insecurities, your pride, your strength, all of those things, they're going to show up in every conversation. And if you don't learn how to recognize those things, you're going to wonder why you keep having the same conversations. And the reason why is because it's not the seller's problem. It's because you keep showing up. It's because you're there every single time. Right? So you got to know yourself, because if as much as you learn about other people, it's not going to help you if you don't understand what you need to change about you. So you got to learn yourself, learn how to understand other people. And when you do that, bro, the short answer is if you're willing to go down that journey, you'll figure it out. It'll be hard. It'll be uncomfortable. But you want to know the coolest part? Coolest part about this isn't how good you get at talking to sellers. That's not even it. You know what it is? The things you learn about you. The things you challenge about you. Because I promise you, it's a crazy thing. The evolutionary journey you go through. Like we talk about sales, we talk about talking to sellers, and I'm over here talking about personal growth and evolutionary journeys, right? I promise you this, you decide to take this on, bro, not only selling sellers will be simple because you figured out the hard part, which is evolving as a human.
That's not the answer I was expecting. My boy went deep.
What's
I love it. Yeah. What's up? Thank you for that.
It's just what it is, man. So I'm excited you're here, bro. Hopefully you'll be able to glean a couple things while you're here and maybe get something out of it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
100%. Let's do a couple more. It's late now. I want to do 2 more role plays before we bounce. Giovanna, you still down to follow up Randy's?
Yeah, let's go.
All right. Kate, can you even remember?
I'm scrolling back up. I think I do. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Was it Jack, Al, and Jamarco? Were y'all the judges? Okay. Jamarco, y'all got your notes? You guys remember? You guys got the motivations, all the things? Okay.
Oh, should I go?
No. Hold on. Sorry, I was responding to a message. Kate, are you ready?
Yep.
All right. Whenever you're ready, say ring, ring.
Ring, ring.
Hello?
Hey, Kate, this is Giovanna. It looks like you spoke to someone on my team about your property on 123 Main Street. How's that process been going?
Well, yeah, I just decided it's time to sell, and I'm ready to go.
Awesome. Well, let me ask you this. I mean, what's got you? Hang on, sorry, I'm like blanking out. Can we restart real quick?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Now, this is your last restart, Giovanna. Next one, you just got to push through.
All right. Ring, ring.
Hello?
Hey, Kate, this is Giovanna. It looks like you spoke to someone on my team about your property on 123 Main Street. How's that process been going?
Well, I just decided it's time to sell, and I'm looking for a buyer. You're not a realtor, right?
No, I'm not a realtor. Do you have like pushback with like realtors?
I'd rather just get it done man to man. I don't want all of that, regulation and interference.
Regulation and interference. Interesting. Can you tell me a little bit more about that? What do you mean by regulation and
I just believe
interference?
that things should be done man to man, and that's how I run my life.
Interesting. Okay. That's how you run your life. All right. Well, let me ask you this. So you're looking to work with an investor then, correct?
Investor.
What's that timeline?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Is it because of the timeline? Do you have are you trying to crunch are you trying to sell quick or taking your time? What's that look like?
I don't really have a time crunch on it. I'm just ready to sell, and I just rather deal with an individual than a big corporate people.
Sure, and we can do that. I mean, we've done this a lot, and let's see here. So I mean, that's off the market, right? Like you're not looking to list it on the open market, you're looking to work with an individual.
Yeah.
So what are you looking to get for this property?
Well, I mean, I think it's worth $1 million, but my neighbors are, I think, selling in more of the $300,000 range.
Gotcha. I mean, that's a huge difference. How did you come about that number?
It's just
For yourself, for your property.
I have all of these amazing things that I have put in with my blood, sweat, and tears into this property. I've got an 8-foot tall fence. I painted the house, my favorite color. I took out the landscaping and put in a sod in the front yard.
Gotcha. You've put in some heavy work there. Has this been over time or just recent because you're deciding to sell?
It's been going on for years. I try to do one major project a year.
Okay, so you have a couple projects you're working on. Is this one of those projects, not your own home?
I just do my own house. It's just I like it to be the way that I like it to be.
Sure. Okay. And let me ask you this, with that number, there's a huge separation with what houses are going for in your market. So can I ask you this? I mean, what happens if you don't sell?
Well, I don't know, I guess I'll just keep hanging out with these dumbass neighbors and who don't know the value of their property and living my best life.
Is there any repercussion to that? Because you do have an interest in selling. So there's nothing kind of going on in the behind the scenes that would kind of push you to do this?
Behind the scenes, I mean, I'm my own person. So I don't have to sell. I'm just ready to sell.
I see. Okay. Great. So what's the best scenario here for you? So would be selling, but yeah, what would be the best scenario here for you?
Sell it for cash. I mean, I'll take gold, cash, whatever you got, and move on with my life.
Right. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, so I mean, when it comes to like an offer that we might be able to get you, I mean, the biggest part is really that what's cool about real estate is that we don't decide like what the offer of the house is. I don't decide, and unfortunately you don't decide. So the market makes that decision, and it makes it easier for us because we'd be able to navigate based on what prices are going for. And for a person that's interested to sell, if you put it on the open market and it's listed too high, you're just never going to sell. And so
I'm not interested in any, I don't care what like market, like the government, I don't care what they think. This is my property and I'm going to sell it for what it should be sold for. And if people are selling 300,000, I mean, I'll consider take it, but I don't need the government to tell me how much I should be selling it for.
Right. It seems like you have something against the government. Am I kind of reading things right?
I don't like people telling me how to live my life and why are they deciding how much my house is worth?
Yes. I mean, you put in a lot of value to the property, and that's definitely something to take
And that
into
is time, ladies and
consideration.
gentlemen. All right, Giovanna. I like this call, and I'll explain why when it's my turn to talk.
I had fun with this one.
This was really good.
Y'all did great.
All right, let me
That was
pull
tough.
this. It was a tough one. You did some unique things, Giovanna, and I want to talk about them, but I don't want to say anything yet. I want to see what the judges say. We got Al, Jack, and Gianmarco Alessandri. Okay. Let me share my screen. Screens, windows. All right. Al. Let's start with you, bro. Get your threes out here.
For Randy or for both?
Let's do Giovanna first, then Randy.
Okay.
Giovanna's fresh.
All right. Yeah.
Giovanna did really well. Very good.
Yeah. All right. Let's go one by one. Strength of intro. I'll give a 3.5. Think it was good. Think it was really good. I just what was it? I had something that bothered. Oh yeah, how's that process going was a little off. Feel like I don't know, just could be more questioned. The question could have questioned more. If that makes sense. I don't know how to put that. If you listen
No,
back,
I like that. That's a thing that we need to figure out how to make work. I like it. Question should have questioned better.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Rapport, I'll give you a I don't know, it's like no, honestly, like I mean, unfortunately a 2.5. I mean, the call, like you had a good vibe, but like there was still nothing being built with the seller. Like you still couldn't get to her, unfortunately. But you were like really close. Like everything else, like the environment was perfect. You just needed to be more specific with your questions, I guess. So uncovering motivation, also 2.5 for similar reasons. Overcoming objections. For the rest, I'll just give it 2 because there was nothing, like there was no objections, no solutions or follow-up that I noticed. So that'll be a 2-2-2.
Oops. Actually, because the score sheet won't score sheet, we got to wait for Randy. We got to circle back for Randy. ¿Me entiendes?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, Al's paused. Jamarco. No, actually, no. Let's go to Jack. No, let's go to Jamarco. You're the meat in this sandwich, bro.
Which one? Randy or Giovanna?
Well, Al just did Giovanna. So by deductive reasoning, who do you think I would want you to go with next?
Great.
I think you should score Jack.
Mention Randy for some reason. Okay. So Giovanna. So I believe with the intro, I didn't like that she had to restart. I understand why. So supposed to be a 3. I'm gonna give her a 2.5 because of that.
Ooh.
The rapport building, she has a good energy, but there wasn't rapport building. I feel like there wasn't, and that was the thing that was lacking the most. So I will give a 2 for that. Fact finding, I think she did very well. She almost got there, I think. She could have get there if she with a little bit
Welcome
more.
back to another.
How much was it?
So 3.5. 3.5 for fact
Okay.
finding. Overcoming objections, I feel like she did decently because it wasn't easy. So I would say 3.
Okay.
Solutions, presenting solutions, she did not too much, but she did. So I would give a 2.5 for that too.
Okay.
Goals and follow up. I mean, she didn't get there, so but she kind of started it. So I want to say 1.5. It's not easy to do in 6 minutes. I don't think, but yeah.
It's a lot. It's a lot. Yak. Yaki C.
Okay. So, I'm somewhat similar. Intro, I gave a 4.5. I actually thought this was a really good intro, just based off of everything that all the other parts of communication minus the words. Like for the most part, I thought the wording of your intro was really good, minus like I guess what Al said. I wouldn't say the question wasn't questioning, but whatever he was trying to say, I'm following along with that. But like everything else, the tonality, the speed, I thought it was spot on. So I'm gonna give a 4.5
So
for that.
you thought the question questioned.
Nah.
So the question
Not
didn't
entirely.
question, but it wasn't not questioning?
It wasn't not questioning. Maybe it wasn't wording.
The question almost questioned.
The question wasn't wording, it questioned.
Interesting. I'm gonna need you guys to write that down and write a 2-page essay on what that meant.
Done.
All right. All right, rapport, what you got?
Rapport building, I gave a 1.5. I just didn't feel like it was there. I think a lot of the answers that she gave, she would have given to every seller. Like there wasn't anything extra that you got. There wasn't really much attachment or emotion involved. So I don't really think there was much rapport building to that conversation. Fact finding, I gave it 2.5. I just the call kind of went in a different direction. It's not like you were intentionally avoiding or you were. I just think it went off, and the fact finding just wasn't really all there, even though you were trying to ask questions and figure it out. Where are we? Overcoming objections. I gave a 1.5 just because there really wasn't any. That really stood out to me. If there were, they weren't really that clear. So I gave a 1.5. And then since we didn't get to presentation of solutions or closing, I gave a 0.
Animal. All right. 39.5. So let's be really clear. She beat out Iran. Sorry, bro. He's on his Unabomber too, right? So be careful, Giovanna. Like, check your car before you start it next time. Why is it in all caps? Caps. Why can't I type? There we go. 30. Oops. The heck just happened? 39. Oh my God. There we go. 39.5. All right. Let's circle it back. I'm gonna erase these out. We talking about Randy now, and then we're gonna do. Actually, no. Let me get my feedback for Giovanna, then we'll go to Randy. Jamarco, you're going first for Randy, bro. Giovanna, I actually really like this call for you, right? Because as you guys know, I work with all of you guys in the community differently based on where you're coming from. I can't grade you according to Al's problems or Jamarco's problems or Randy's strengths. I like your journey. So when I listen to you in the way you communicate, I hear two things. I hear Giovanna working towards getting comfortable, just being out there, communicating, just pushing herself outside of that comfort zone, which is obviously one of the goals that you're working on, right? Not being introverted, being extroverted, getting out here and just saying what you mean. So I hear that from a tonality standpoint, fighting to come out. And in some situations it did. In some situations, maybe not as much, but it was a process that was starting, which I liked. But here's the other side. Your question asking. I literally can hear the intentionality behind your questions. And I love that, because do you know what this tells me? Do you want to take a guess at what this tells me, Giovanna?
I mean, and that I'm listening and trying to deploy like what we're learning.
Yes, that, but also something else. You guys have heard me say this before, right? What have I said? The human brain, as much as we want to try to multitask, when it comes to certain things, can only process so much at one time, right? So when you're coming out here, especially when you're newer, you're usually just trying to figure out how to, well, you think you're trying to figure out the script, but that's not what you're doing. You're trying to figure out how to get over your own head, your own BS going on inside of yourself. You just don't realize that. So step one is, how do we get over our own stuff? Our nervousness from picking up the phone, our nervousness from being on the phone, our apprehension for not knowing what to say, the nervousness because we don't know what to say, and then we messed up our script, and then that stuff is step one. Step two is, okay, now that I got to figure out all that, what's my sales script? What's my sales process? And so most of us I would say 80% of the people who come into real estate or really into anything managing their nerves and their apprehensions. They never get past that. So what's that mean? Well, it means that when you do try a sales tactic or a technique or something that helps you grow, what usually happens is you get nervous, right? You forget, or you say it wrong, or you say it halfway. I'm going to stop sharing this while I'm saying this, right? You don't say it the right way because you're so nervous, focused on that other stuff, that when you try a tactic, it only comes out halfway. It doesn't come out right. It doesn't sound the way you wanted it to sound, and you end up just messing up, right? These are the things that start happening because our brain can only focus on one thing. And so when we're trying these lines or these tactics, we're not being intentional about it. We're just letting words fall out of our mouth, and we hope it sticks. We hope it hits home. And then when somebody listens to our call, we're like, oh, I tried this line. But did you really try the line? No, you just let the words fall out of your mouth. Letting words come out of your mouth is not the same as delivering a message. And that's where that comes into play. So what does this have to do with your call? Well, what have I said? What I've said is when I'm talking to certain people, I can tell, like when we talk to Al, I'll be like, Al, I can talk to you about certain tactics because you've already established the foundation of how you show up, who you are, and the presence that you want in a call. You've practiced that so much, you don't have to think about it anymore. It's become second nature. And because it's become second nature, you can now think about step 4 and step 5. So now you have now separated yourself from 80% of the industry because you're not stuck at step 1 through 3. You're now at step 4, 5, and 6. What's my point to all of this? You remembering to say some of the lines that I say, when you said them, the way you said them tells me that even though you haven't perfected step 1 through 3, you have gotten comfortable enough with trying them that your brain now has the bandwidth to try step 4, 5, and 6. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that feels accurate.
Okay. That's what excited me about this call, right? Because most people aren't even going to hear this stuff. But when I hear your call, that's what I heard. I was like, holy crap, Giovanna's getting past it. So even though step 1, 2, and 3 don't sound perfect yet, that doesn't matter because those are going to improve, right? You can't be around here and not improving those things. We're not going to let you. You know what I mean? So you're going to improve those things. But the fact that your brain has moved it from a conscious focus to an unconscious muscle memory shows you're still growing. And all of these things, like a boat, are going to rise with the tide. That's what I loved about your call. Because you're going to these next things, you're asking these questions, you're being intentional with step 4 and 5. It's a really, really good sign. So I'm excited for you. That was really, really good.
Thank you. Thanks, DQ. Thanks, everyone. I definitely blanked out real hard. And so, but I feel like later I was able to get it together a little bit. But yeah, definitely knew to do it in this way. And of course, like the step 1 through 3, that's on me to do to be more comfortable because I didn't really know how to connect with Kate's character. And so like it was hard to really build rapport, really know what to say with some of those things. But yeah, just I guess with practice and talking to different people, different sellers.
Yep. And we'll keep pushing you in those areas, right? We got you. But it was really cool for me to see that because that for me, you can't fake that. That's just a sign that your brain is growing. And that's why I love it. Very, very super excited about that. Kate, before we get to Randy, any thoughts on Giovanna's side and the connection with you versus Randy?
I think she picked up on some of the hints better. And just kind of addressing like head on. That was better than pretty much anybody else so far. Just went for it seems like you have a problem with the government. Like that's a more direct question than I think I've gotten from almost everybody. So that's a good role play.
Very good. Very, very exciting. All right, bring it back. Jamarco, you ready? Let's talk about Randy.
Sure. All right. So Randy, we have the wheel. Nice. For the intro, I think the question was there.
Did the question?
Well, but he wasn't questioning. I feel like it was a little flat, right? It came average. It didn't come. I do it very often. So I can recognize it. I don't think it came the way it was supposed to come. Then rapport building, I give a 4. I think it was the best.
What was his score for the intro?
I'm sorry, 3. I give her a 3, a flat
Okay.
3. Rapport building, I give a 4. I think it was pretty good. He really pushed himself to connect with her, connect with whatever she, I don't know if Kate was a he or a she in that case, but anyways, with it, right? So I think he did well with that because it's not easy and he just threw himself into that. Fact finding, unfortunately, I give a 0 because he didn't even get close. He went a total different route, which is fine, but maybe would have done later, but not in those 6 minutes. Overcoming objection, there was one objection, I don't remember it too much, but I gave a 2 on the moment, so I think he did overcome some objections. Presenting a solution, I give a 1 because he kind of started it, but then he didn't get there. And then there was no closing or follow-up, so I have to give a 0 for that.
DeMarco, you're a good judge, bro.
I don't know, I tried.
Very, very concise. You guys don't realize this. There's that you guys are going to be learning more from judging than you realize if you haven't picked it up yet. Jack, what you got, dog?
All right. So for the intro, I actually gave it a 4. I also thought, oddly enough, these were kind of similar conversations in a way, but I think the words were, man, I hate that Alon said that. The wording was good and the tonality was good. It just wasn't like it didn't hit home for me, you know, like it sounded friendly. You had a very friendly tone throughout the entire conversation, but not everything you said carried the same weight. Rapport building, I gave it 2. Although I did think that the rapport building was better, it still sounded kind of flat, and the questions that you asked weren't really bringing out Kate's personality and her characteristics. I don't think, you know, a little bit, I picked up on a bit, but I just felt like there was a lot of room for improvement there. Really being able to connect with the seller. Where are we? Fact finding, I gave it 2.5. I thought it was very similar to Giovanna's in that you were asking some questions to pry and you were really trying to get some information out, but it just was the wrong direction. I feel like both of you guys went not like they just weren't picking up on the clues, or they just weren't really like identifying the real issue at hand. So for that, I gave it 2.5. Number 4, I gave a 1.5 just because similar to the other one, there wasn't really much objections to be made in the first place. So there's that. And then same thing, the last 2 I gave 0s because they didn't come up.
Animal. All right. Along, leave me alone.
Doing Randy now?
Yep, Randy.
Okay. Let's see. What did I give him? Where is that? Okay. Intro is really good, Randy. I gave you a 4. Again, like I think you're also asking how's that process going? Maybe I'll try to explain it better this time. Like the question, if you really want them to think about the process and give you a good answer, which is not good, then the question needs to question better. So, and that's just with your tonality.
Can you give us an example how to question that question more questioningly?
How's that process going?
Ah,
Where are you at in that process? Like I would emphasize the process.
So he is
And
asking it
where.
as a, so what he's saying in translation is you're asking the question in the form of a statement instead of in the form of a question, because you've made it a part of a script and you've removed it from being a question. It's just a line that you say to get through the intro quickly. Is that accurate, Alon?
Correct. Well, it depends, but to some extent, yeah, it's correct. And it also depends on whether I think Randy says, "Hey, I called, wanted to see how the process is going," and that is in fact a statement. Whereas Giovanna asks, "How's that process going?" Which is a little bit flat, which Jack alluded to. But either way, like.
Can we talk about the detailed manner with which Alana is talking about tonality and voice inflection within the first 10 seconds of a conversation? Can we talk about that, bro?
No.
Like a teacher. The teacher, the student has become the teacher. I'm here for it, bro. I'm here for it. This is good. I like it.
Right. Appreciate it. Yeah. So I think I pretty much explained. I don't know if it was understandable enough, but in the end, have the question more using your tonality.
Yeah, end of the day, it's more the tonality, right? To make, instead of being a statement, it becomes a question.
Yeah, I mean, I go a little bit of a different direction. I'd be like, just confirm, hey, is that right? And they're like, yeah, and then I'm straight to motivation. What has you looking this out? Or something of that sort. But either way, like just sounding more curious, I'd say is probably the biggest part. Okay. So four for the intro, the number 4. Now, DQ, are you putting in the 4? Appreciate it.
Sorry, hold on. I got a thing that came through and I can't make it stop. Okay. What was it? You said 4 was for the intro?
Yes, 4 for the intro.
Okay.
Rapport. I lost it again. I think you had the same problem Giovanna was having. I gave you a 2.5. Again, like same thing. You had a good vibe. You were very pleasant to talk to, very easy to talk to, but that's it. I mean, there was no actual connection being built there that I felt. Fact finding and uncovering motivation, I give you a 2 because again, you were settling for not enough with the explanation that she gave you to what's actually going on. And yeah, so overcoming objections, I don't remember any of them, so I give you a 2. And the same goes to solutions and also to follow-up by 2.
34.5. All right. Why was it doing this? Bruh. All right, Randy, thoughts on the feedback, bro?
No, I think it's all good feedback. I mean, at the end of the day, totally agree on the intro, right? It goes back to the, inflections and all that training, right? So it definitely does make an impact. And sometimes, when you get in a rhythm, you're making call after call. I find myself bearing that. This one here, a little cold, of course, a little bit nervous, first time our eyeballs looking, but all good. So powered through that. So I think good feedback there. I think on the fact finding was, so Kate was creative person, likes projects and all that, made the references to manly conversations. And my mind was, okay, so she's saying that because whether transgender, gay, whatever, doesn't matter, just figured it was like, okay, well, that's all good. Whatever the preferences, I don't really need to know about that. She's definitely wants projects, right? So I was kind of more geared into the, okay, so you're looking, you got creative juices, you want to do that. I was trying to kind of dig into that a little bit and kind of got sucked up into time and that, which really kind of didn't allow me to, kind of move through the other things. So I was trying to, I probably missed something in there, but that whole reference to that, maybe I could have dug into it, but it's like, yeah, I'm not going to go dig into people's, race, religion, sex, and all that kind of stuff. It's just, you have a motivation to sell the house. And to me, it was about, I'm looking for, I've kind of exhausted all my creative things I can do here. I'm looking for new opportunities. And I just didn't get any further with it.
Yeah, it's interesting. Also, Kate, you're married. Can you please stop kissing random dudes in your house, please?
They just show up sometimes.
I mean, you got to greet them, right? I respect it. Randy, here's what I liked about yours, bro. Kate, I almost want to do this one as a role play, but I don't know that it's fair because I know the motivation. But I don't think their struggle was with your motivation. I think their struggle was with your character.
Yeah, well, I mean, neither of them got the motivation fully. So yes, maybe it was the character. I don't know. I was not trying to play it as some sort of political statement.
Yeah.
As for
do you guys
gender.
think I should try this? I don't know if it's fair though, because I know the motivation, but I feel like I would take a different approach just based on her. But I don't know. I don't know
I
if that's
think you
helpful.
I maybe to show them what the motivation was. Maybe that would be helpful instead of just telling them.
Okay. We'll do that. Okay, let's do it. Yeah? Y'all down? Okay.
Are we judging?
I'll do it. Yeah, y'all are judging. Get your twos ready. Look at why are you grabbing your pen so aggressively, Jack? What's wrong with you, bro?
I said no AI. He's got to figure this out on his own.
Randy, here's what I liked about your call, man. You were very structured in your intent to provide value. I think that's good. I think that will serve you. I think it'll open doors. The one thing it's lacking is the connection, right? And I think if you can add the connection with the person to that, you're crushing. What's the gap though? What's blocking you from being able to add that connection is the insecurity. Your structure isn't just a structure. It's also a baby blanket for you. It's a place where you can feel safe and not try challenging, scary things, not ask hard questions because you don't want to push, right? So a good thing can become a crutch. And instead of serving us, we just lean on it.
Yeah.
And that's not what it's there for, right? So I would say that if you can start connecting with them better and add it to what you're doing, that would make everything 1,000% better. The thing that I think is going to get you to do that is your willingness to get uncomfortable. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. 100%.
Okay.
I think that's probably been my biggest challenge. There's many of them, but I think that's definitely high on the list of roadblocks, right? For me.
Yeah. But very good, man. I actually like that. I like the structure of the call. I really do. I really like the structure of the call. I think if we can get you past the nerves, here's what I know. This just tells me, bro, we need to be doing this with you more. Because you're just a couple of degrees away from pushing through. If you can get past that mental block, because you sound good on the calls. You sound like somebody I would want to talk to. It's just gotta deliver. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Randy, like I said in the chat, like I felt like Giovanna got more direct than almost anybody so far. And I felt like personally you had the best rapport with my characters so far. Like I was my individual human liked talking with you.
Perfect.
All right, bet. Let me get the timer ready. Y'all ready? Al, Jack, Jamarco. Wow, look at this guy. There's too much sauce in the Whitehead household right now.
Who's going up?
Me.
Oh, you're calling Kate?
I'm calling Kate's thing to see if just to demonstrate a different approach that I would take.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
And see if we can reveal the character in that way. Go easy on me, guys. I'm new. Be kind. Jack just wiggled this paper in my face, bro. Relax. We matched today, dog. All right, you ready? Ring, ring.
Hello.
Hey, Kate. My name's Daniel. Following up, somebody on the team said they spoke with you about your house. Looks like you were looking to sell it. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, that's me.
Awesome. How has everything been going with that?
Well, I just decided it was time to sell and just decided to fill out some forms, see if somebody wanted to buy it.
Fantastic. Well, maybe I can do that. What are you looking for the house?
Just to be clear, you're not a realtor or anything, right? I don't want to deal with any kind of companies or, that big corporate stuff.
I am definitely not big corporate stuff. We're investors. So just us, small kind of family organization, if that's okay.
Yeah, man to man is how I do business.
Man to man. All right. Well, that means if we be talking man to man, you got to tell me the truth. Tell me what you want. Let's see if we can make this work.
Well, I mean, with everything I've done with the house, it's worth $1 million to me.
Okay.
But those neighbors of mine, those dummies, they're selling in the $300,000 range.
Okay. This raises a couple of questions for me, if you don't mind. Do you mind if I ask them?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Question number one is, if it's worth $1 million to you, why do you want to leave?
Well, I think, it's time for me to have some more space, get away from these dummy neighbors.
Okay.
And that's what I'm ready to do.
Okay. What's going on with the neighbors?
Well, they're just big problems. I'm improving my property, and they keep saying that what I'm doing is not good. And it's their opinion, and it's just wrong.
Gotcha. Okay. So they're not liking, are you storing stuff in your house? Are you making improvements that they don't like, or like?
Well, I mean, they had the audacity to say my 8-foot tall fence was a problem. And I spent $20,000 on that fence.
Okay. So is this like an HOA issue?
Yeah, that wasn't part of the deal when I bought the house, and now they're telling me that all these improvements I've made to the house is just not what these dummy neighbors want.
Wait, so there wasn't an HOA when you bought it, but there is one now?
I mean, there was something at closing. I didn't know that they were going to be so communist about everything, and it's just been a big problem.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. That helps me to get an understanding. Okay, so let's talk about the other side of that. You mentioned that theirs is worth 300,000. You think yours is worth $1 million. But here's my question for you. It's gonna be a hard question, Kate. What happens if nobody else agrees with you?
Well, I mean, I could stay here and just deal with these dummy neighbors. I got my 8-foot tall fence there. I mean, they can come take it down. I'm not taking it down.
Okay. So to make sure that I'm on the same page with this, what I'm hearing is, if you don't get $1 million for your house, you're staying with the dummies.
I mean, if do you like, I'm willing to talk. If it's cash talks, you got gold, I'll take that.
Okay. Cash or gold, those are our options.
Yeah, I don't want anything with I don't trust banks. So
Gotcha. Nobody likes banks. Okay. Well, I mean, banks probably like banks. So let me ask you this. Let's just have a straightforward conversation. Is that okay? Do you mind if we kind of just get real with each other?
I prefer shooting it straight.
Let's shoot it straight then. Okay. Here's the thing. I'm assuming you're not in real estate as a profession, right?
No, I sell solar.
You sell solar. Very nice. Okay, cool. Here's the thing that I like about real estate, Kate, and I say this all the time. The thing I love about real estate is that real estate does not care what I think about the price of a property. Real estate also does not care what you think about the price of a property. You know who determines the price of the property?
The dumbass government?
No, not the dumbass government, unfortunately. Well, fortunately, the dumbass government does not control this part. It's actually much simpler than that. It's just the market. The market decides what your property is worth. So here's the thing. If you tell me that your property is worth $1 million and I can find somebody who will pay $1 million and I can make some money in the middle, I'm happy. $1 million all day, baby. We can go on vacation afterwards. However, if the market tells me your house is worth 250, well, then we have to just acknowledge that reality. And then you have to make a decision from that place. My question to you is, are you willing to do that if that's what the market says?
I mean, that's fair. But it's got to be cash. I'm not, I want to go find some land and get set up.
Okay, perfect. That sounds good. Do you owe anything on the house?
No, I like I said, it's cash.
So you bought this thing cash, you own it free and clear, you want cash when you walk away from it.
That's how I do business.
That makes everything simple. So my final, if I can go back and I can run the numbers and the bank says, or excuse me, not the bank, because we're not dealing with banks.
Yeah,
but if
no
the market says, hey, you can do this deal and we can buy it, but it's got to be 200 grand. It'll be cash. And we'll go through that process. You're willing to walk away from this house as long as you're getting cash and we don't get banks involved, even if it's that number.
Yeah, I mean, you can deal with that HOA communist and they sending me letters all the time. That'll be your problem.
Perfect. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to run the numbers and I'm going to find out if I can get you that number. If I can, I'm going to call you back with the contract. If I can't, I'm going to call you back and tell you why. Is that okay?
Sounds good.
All right, we'll call you in a couple minutes.
I'll just talk to you soon.
Bye. At the buzzer. Okay, there we go. Ready for the feedback. Ready for the thoughts.
I
Go
do
ahead.
appreciate that Randy and Giovanna thought I was like some sort of HGTV home builder.
Here's the thing. I was really trying to not I was trying to let you open it up because I wasn't trying to jump to the motivation, but you laid it up so easily. Like I felt like it was just the only logical thing to bring it up. So that was my thought. Raj, so we have pretend motivations that we selected in advance. So she's just playing a character for this particular role. And we've done this. This is the third time we've done it now because people have been getting stuck on this one. So we switch it up all the time.
Yes, just government can know that I didn't mean any of it. That was a personality.
Yes, this is a pretend character. This is not Kate's real personality. So we think. All right, y'all, let's go. There we go. Who do we want to go first? Jackie C. You was over here waving your papers in my face. So tell me what you got, dog. Tell the truth.
All right. Everything is a 0. It was terrible. No, I'm just
I like it. That's fair. I respect it.
No, honestly, it was really good. Obviously, the intro, I gave it a 5. It had everything that you could ask for in an intro, from tonality to the wording to the questioning of questions and everything. So I thought that intro, I couldn't do anything better myself. Rapport building, I gave it a 4.5. And the reason I didn't give it a 5 is because this one was just difficult for me to pick up on. But I think where the rapport building really came into play was how the two of you spoke. And there was this mutual kind of feeling, this energy that she felt understood. And you would get, I'm going to lead right into the fact finding. You were able to extract the information by, in my head, it was like cornering her, but not like forcefully taking out the information. It was just, you didn't give her anywhere else to go besides tell you the truth. And it happened so naturally. So for that, I gave that a 5 too. It was just like seamless how you got the information. It was cool to watch. Even though it's a role play and you knew exactly what was happening, you still did it in a way, you know?
Sure.
Overcoming objections, I gave it a 5. I think the biggest one was the price, you know, the $1 million price, and the way that you presented how everything works also came off in a way that was just honest and not trying to get her to think any type of way. You were just being real in a way that she could understand. So that jumps back to rapport building. I mean, it all ties right in. Presentation of solutions. I mean, this one was tough because I felt like you kind of rushed it just because of the time. So, I mean, I'm going to give it a 4 just because it wasn't very natural. But I don't think that's your fault as much as it is the kind of circumstances that we're in as this challenge. And then strength of clothes. I'm gonna give that a 5 because I feel like with everything else that you provided in this conversation, she had enough comfortability and trust in you that a follow-up call, it would have just been a quick conversation of basically walking through the contract. So that's where I'm at.
Boom. Appreciate you, man. I hope I'm glad you didn't wave your paper in vain. Good stuff. I appreciate the feedback. I'll follow up with all that at the end. Joseph, what up, big dog? Al, hit me, broski. Let me know if my question questioned appropriately.
Yeah, it did. Intro a 5, basically what Jack said. Rapport. Yeah, I'd also agree with probably 4.5. The only thing, like, everything was perfect despite for the fact that it didn't seem like she loves you. you know, within 2 minutes. So I mean, understandable, but you know, if that happened, it would have been perfect.
So what am I
I'd
doing?
say 4.5.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's not super the most important thing. So I'll give it 4.5. Motivation of 5. I mean, you got all of it. Yeah, I mean, you used what she said against her. Like, oh, you man a man. So now you got to tell me what's up exactly. And I'm not accepting any BS. So love that. Objections. Were there any objections? Oh, the price. Oh yeah, that was perfect. 5. I'll give it a 5. Solutions. I don't remember like a specific solution, but you know, the price and then like the not working with a bank but doing a cash offer. So I'll give it a 4. There's like some hints of presentation of solutions, and then close follow-up. Yeah, so it was a good like setting the expectations. Yeah, then I'll give it a 5 there at the end. You're like,
You do realize, guy, I'm not trying to adjust your numbers because that's why I wrote them first. But I told her I was calling her back with a contract or with an explanation as to why I couldn't give her one.
yeah,
That's presenting a solution. That's just my opinion, though. Yeah, I keep your score.
nah, that's a close. That's a close.
Okay.
Straight
All right.
close.
All right. All right. Go. Oh, that's
Oh.
good. That's good. Okay. Any other comments, bro?
No, I just totally agree with Jack. I think we even have the same scores by
Yeah,
chance.
you actually do. Exactly the same score. All right. Jamarco is very detail oriented when it comes to these scores. So I'm interested to hear what he's got to say.
All right.
Bob
so-
Andy.
Cool. So intro, I think it's a 5 because of tonality. Tonality was really on point. You go all over the place with it, but you have real control over it. It's not easy. Rapport building, I will give it a 4 because I think it was there, and you did match the same energy, you created a lot of empathy, but maybe there was an extra level. As Alon said, you know, she didn't love you by the end, but obviously she respected you, or he respected you, whatever he or she was, right? Okay. Then fact finding, I give it a 5 because it was quick and efficient. Like on point, 3 questions, got already what you needed. That's really difficult. Overcoming objections, I think she had quite some objections, and one wasn't easy. So to me, it's a 5.5. I know it doesn't exist, but that's it's not easy the way he did it. Presenting solution, you were quick, right? So you didn't really go through it. You explained it, so I would give it a 4. And then the close, I was gonna put a 4, but I think it's a 5 because you're right. You came back with you said, I'm gonna come with a contract or I'm not, you know, it depends. So it's a good follow-up. It's not a close, but it's a great follow-up. So I think it's a 5, yeah.
Boom. All right. Kate, give me your thoughts as the seller. What were your thoughts?
I mean, I think that if you bring gold, I'll take diamonds too.
Diamonds. You didn't even mention that. Diamonds was an option. I was hoping you would say like burritos, right? The Taco Bell certificate.
Yeah, I'm open to bartering. I think that
All
you
right.
would have been able to get it closed. Just yeah, I mean the only thing time is also a factor. I did have HOA liens on the property, so you missed, you know, but other than that, yeah, I think you got the motivation.
Okay. From a connection standpoint with the character, it sounds like that was just about what it was, right? Like there's just, you were disgruntled, you were hard-headed, you know?
I was trying to be, more blue analytical, like numbers were more important than anything, which is kind of a hard personality for me to do. So hopefully it translated somewhat for people. I don't know if it did, but.
No, it's good. I really, really liked it. Anybody else before I say anything? Anybody else got any feedback or questions or comments on these?
Feedback? Want to give your feedback?
I liked it. You pretty much went for the no as fast as possible. I think that was like the value add right there. It's like, okay, are you wasting my time by just telling me $1 million or not? So that was good.
Love that. No, I appreciate it. Yeah, maybe, Jack, right? It's tough. Well, here's the thing. Like, so Jack says, for everybody who can't see the comments, Jack says that rapport for 5 in rapport is nearly impossible. Here's the thing. Rapport is a little bit more loosely defined than people think, right? Rapport doesn't necessarily equal them being your best friend afterwards, right? Like the actual seller that I called earlier, I think we can all agree I had rapport with her. I don't think you need that to do a deal. I think if you can get that, it helps. Why wouldn't you? Right. But I don't think you need to. And I don't know if there's really many scenarios where you're going to get, to your point, a 5 with a Kate. So then what is a 5 with a Kate? A 5 is getting them to get out of their way enough to do the deal with you. That's a 5. That's win. That makes really rapport is them trusting you can get the job done at the end of the day, right? If that comes with fondness and likability, that's just a bonus. And it helps, it can help, but it's not a requirement because you can get deals without those things. And so I think that's actually where a lot of people lose difficult sellers because they're trying to create fondness and friendship where business is supposed to be filling that gap. And we think we need to go for something that doesn't exist. And I think for those, a 5 is getting down to business and just getting things done and getting the fluff out of the way. You know what I mean? So that was kind of my focus with this. Oh, look at this. I like that this is an 85. And my last role play that I did was an 84.95. Shout out to the consistency. Let's go. I'm putting my name up here. I'm putting my name on the list. Hold on. So here's what I liked about this one, right? Like for me, when you're having conversations like this, guys, if you listen to the approach, it's what I talk about all the time. It's addressing the elephant in the room. Go straight in on it and try to be strategic. Initially out of the gate, first thing she talks about, okay, I got a problem with the man. I don't know what that means. She doesn't like corporations. So I did 2 things very intentionally. One, I clarified that I wasn't a corporation. I didn't want to stop there. I wanted to get buy-in, right? I wanted to get confirmation we were on the same page. Wasn't necessary, just a little extra thing I threw in there, which is why I said, yeah, no, just a small, mom and pop family organization. Hopefully that's okay with you, right? Why? Because I just want to get that extra buy-in. The nature of Rodolfo, keep me posting, bro. The nature of that deal. Sorry, I got distracted with Rodolfo. The nature of a question like that, I didn't need to ask it. She said it in the fact that she said she didn't want to work with a big corporation. So obviously working with the small company is what she prefers. But me asking that question is just extra buy-in. It just adds to the commitment that we're on the same page, right? And it's a way for her to just kind of start on the yes train. And then she is mentioning the issues with the neighbors. She said it 3 times. I already knew where I was going. I just waited for the appropriate window and was like, hey, all right, you know, what's going on with the neighbors? And she said what was going on with them and all these different things. And so what I didn't do is I didn't make her sound crazy. Some people and situations like this will hear someone saying, I want $1 million. And they'll be like, yeah, well, and they get combative with it. I didn't want to get combative. I wanted to make her feel validated and all of the crazy stuff she was saying, right? And it doesn't matter whether it's her or somebody else. It doesn't matter how crazy what you're saying sounds. Okay, cool. I get it. I'm with you. Who am I to tell you that you're wrong? But here's the question. What if somebody else tells you that you're wrong? What are you going to do then? You know what I mean? And so that's how you let them know you're on the same page. You don't have to overtly disagree with them to let them know they're wrong. You can get on their same page, let them know you agree with them, but now together you're over here like, but unfortunately, this bully over here called the real estate market, they suck. They're going to say something else. What are we going to do then? Now we're on the same page fighting the same enemy, right? And so I think that's the approach that I tried to take. But Kate, dude, you do really good job with these things. Like you do a really good job embodying these sellers.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I kind of want to do one more, but it's getting late.
Maybe she
Go
should
ahead.
become a seller instead of an investor. Just sell everything.
You know how we know it's going to happen is you're going to find her lead and then never call it. You'll get someone else to call it for you and someone else to close it for you and then someone else to dispo for it for you. That's how it happens. Kate sells
Yeah.
her house without you doing any work. But you get paid.
But then you're getting 90%, right?
Of course, as I should.
As deserved.
So let's do this. Rather than doing another one, we got some people in here. Daniel, what's going on, man? I didn't greet you earlier. I know Joel's here. Bertha, I'd like to chat before we wrap up today. Do you guys have any questions about today? About what the heck we were talking about? Anything that you got going on? Like, just let's take a couple minutes and chat.
I love it. It was an amazing call. It was crazy to see how you overcame that. I was wondering how you were going to do it, but that was really good. I just have a quick question. Do you have any recordings of your calls that I can listen to?
I don't know. They're usually in my community. We've been here since 12, dude. Right? Like we've been here for going on 6 hours, right? So we do this. We do this. Yeah, we do this 3 days a week, man. It's just part of the community. So we really try to help and like work deals and stuff. So they're in there. They're just lost in that. We do have people that try to help, right? So we try to get it out and put it onto YouTube. But it's just a matter of being able to do that. And there's just a backlog to it. So I'll get more out there for sure.
So if I go to your YouTube, do you have some on there now or no?
I think like a couple, bro. Like I'll see if I can send them to you, the ones that I do have. But I'll work on getting more. I'll definitely work on getting more.
Yeah, that'll be very helpful just listening to your calls,
If you missed the first call with that lady, that's on the live stream from this, so it'll be on YouTube.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
For sure, bro. Anything else, Doug?
No, I think I just gotta get the reps in and maybe some feedback on the calls that I'm having, seeing where I can improve. Sometimes I feel cringy, like listening to my calls and shit, like how I sound on the phone. I'm like, oh my God, that's so cringe, I have to do it to get better,
Yeah, here, full transparency, bro. Everybody feels that way. Like even I feel that way listening to my own stuff. So that's not personal. That's just a human thing. But if you can get around it, like this is where doing cool stuff. Guys, I'm gonna be doing this next week too, right? And then I have an announcement. I'm going to be trying to launch something that's going to be a little bit more open and do some stuff to be able to work with people a little bit more, even if they're not in my community. Obviously, people who are in the community, we do this all the time. But I just want to create some opportunities for other people out there because at the end of the day, it is my belief that this is really where it all sits, right? It's fantastic to know your options. It's fantastic to know all of these resources and all of the things you can do in a deal. But if you can't talk to a person and get them to like what you have to offer, well, then how much does that stuff help you, right? And so you guys need all that other stuff. But for me, this is where I live. I live in this is like my philosophy, guys, for those of y'all who don't know, like, I don't want to teach people how to close deals. I don't. I want to teach you how to never lose one. And that's an entirely different perspective. I want you to get to the point to where you're not even worried about closing the deal. Every single conversation, if there's a deal there, you're going to find it and they're going to sell to you, right? I had a call the other day. The lady like promised me. She's like, I promise you, I'm not working with anybody else but you, right? If you're not getting conversations like that at the end of your calls, then what do you need to do to get there? What do you need to do to make somebody feel so comfortable with you? They're like, I don't want to work with anybody else. Like there is nobody else. It's just you guys. Like you guys are the people, right?
Yeah.
And when you got thousands of people calling these people every day and every week, that means you can't just call them with a script because everybody got a script. You can't just call them with the process. Everybody's got a process. Everybody's got a solution. You need something else. Well, what's that something else? Joel, what's that something else, bro?
I think that's just having the approach of being yourself and making them feel like they're being heard and that they're justified in the way they're feeling.
That's it. It's the connection. Because no one can be Joel better than you, bro. No one. I can't do that. Randy can't do that. Bertha, nobody can outdo you at being you. Nobody. And you got to leverage that because that's a connection. You can be the best version of yourself, simultaneously connecting with them. That's when magic happens. Because I say it all the time. Nobody wakes up in the morning saying, man, I really, really hope I hear a good script today. Man, I really hope I go through a really good sales process. Nobody says that.
Right.
But everybody wakes up wanting to feel heard. Everybody wakes up wanting to be understood. You provide that to a human being that you're talking to, you are fulfilling a human need that we all have. That's true connection. That's how you separate yourself from everybody else. And that's how you focus on never losing deals, because people are not going to want to work with anybody else when you provide that to them. Make sense?
Yeah, yeah. It's just a matter of, I feel like I'm naturally good at that, listening to people, hearing them out, making them feel heard. It's just a matter of like breaking down the walls that they put up when you call them, because they're up right away, and it's just a matter of showing them that you're being genuine, you know. And sometimes it's hard because they're just so guarded right off the top that you kind of have to break those walls down, you know. And that's my struggle there. Sometimes I'm good at it, sometimes I'm not. It really depends on who's on the other side of the phone, you know.
Yep. 100%. Well, hopefully you can connect with us. I'll be excited to have you out here. You guys, I'm going to post it on my, I don't even know how to do this. How can you guys, I got to get this stuff organized. Like, I wish I could give you a link to register to, so you guys are on the email list so we can send it out in case you miss social media. DM me. I'll try to find a link for y'all who want it. And that way you guys make sure you guys get the links, because it's going to be a different link every day. It's not going to be the same link. So that way you can come hang out at least next week. And we'll do this again and try to just give you as much opportunity as we can. You know what I mean? At least while you're here.
Yeah, that'd be dope if I could do a couple live calls. I mean, I have a lot of lists like also.
Okay,
Is that
perfect.
kind of what you guys are doing? Yeah, because I don't know exactly what it is you guys.
Yeah,
do.
so this particular one, I have a thing that I'll be launching that may help with that. This particular one is just going to be role plays for practicing. It's just a fun thing we're doing. And if we can make some time to maybe review a call, I'm happy to do that. But I'll be doing more stuff in the future going forward.
Cool. You still getting on the $90 mark?
That's paused right now.
Okay.
Yeah, that's paused for a few weeks. They may be switching that up. But yeah, we'll be here regardless of anything else that's going on, right? I've had my sales community since December, right? But I've never advertised it. I've never talked about it. Yeah. So, but we're changing that now. About to do a lot of cool new stuff. So I'm really, really excited about it.
Yeah, me too, bro. Thank you for that.
100%, man. Bertha, anything? Any questions, comments, complaints?
Yes, are you going to be here tomorrow?
Not tomorrow. It'll be next week.
Okay, next week?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. All right.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I love your call. That was awesome.
Awesome. Appreciate you guys. Daniel, good stuff. You doing LOI Blaster, bro? Email agents. It's a strategy for sure. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. All right, fam. Anybody else from the crew? Y'all got any comments before we take off? G Pesos, how you feeling? You good?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm happy I won it.
I'm happy you went too.
Yeah.
We
Just
gonna
got
get
it. Keep getting better.
everybody's got to get into the 80s club. That's what we need. 80s club only. Guys, love y'all. Appreciate y'all. I'm excited. Putting some more stuff together. I'll be sending some emails out. I'm going to be doing some cool stuff next week. It's going to be fun. Got more stuff coming in the weeks after that. Good things lie ahead. Jack, thank you for matching with me today. It made me feel comfortable personally. And y'all, if y'all need anything, message me, shoot me a DM, reach out. Happy to help any way I can. Look at that. That's a vibe, bro. Why don't you just shave it one day? Just off GP for no reason. Your hair's too pretty to shave though, bro. I feel like it would be disrespectful to just shave that head for no reason whatsoever. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. Respect to the hairlines. That being said, reach out if you need anything. Happy to help any way I can. I'll keep y'all posted on what happens with the deal that me and Rodolfo are now working. Let's go.